Good morning and happy Friday. I am Senator Valerie Foushee, Chair of the North Carolina Black Alliance, and I am serving my fifth term as a member of the North Carolina General Assembly. On behalf of our Executive Board and our member affiliates, we welcome you to this inaugural Environmental Injustice and Healthcare Summit. This event is a descendant of our annual NC Black Summit as we spend the next few hours exploring the direct impact of environmental and healthcare injustices that disproportionately impact our communities. Our mission is to give voice to challenges experienced by those who are disproportionately displaced and disrespected. As we look ahead to this consequential year, our collaborative efforts to mobilize informed voters take priority as we continue to navigate the pandemic and to demystify the narratives regarding lack of access to health care, voting rights, clean jobs, clean air, and all the issues that impact our overall health and environmental safety in our communities. A special thanks to our event sponsors. Because of them, we're able to offer a discounted registration that you can participate at no additional cost. Thank you for spending your Friday with us. Please visit our website and join our social media platforms to stay informed. Enjoy the summit.
It is my great honor to welcome you to the inaugural 2022 North Carolina Black Alliance Environmental Injustice and Healthcare Summit, Grounded in Justice, Rooted in Wellness, a historical event that focuses on the intersections of environmental injustice and healthcare. Greetings, my name is Lameshia Whittington and I serve as the Deputy Director of Programs for the North Carolina Black Alliance. In communities across the state of North Carolina, many families face the uncertainty of access to healthcare. Hospital emergency rooms are frequently the primary physician for the Black communities hit the hardest by economic underdevelopment and environmental harm. Now, hospitals in rural areas are struggling to keep the doors open due to strained resources and limited staffing capacity, making access to healthcare that much harder for these communities. But we know that the harms of environmental contamination exacerbates these illnesses that much worse. But thanks to the sacrifices of the leaders of the Warren County Environmental Justice Protest of 1982, community organizers, researchers, and Black elected officials, we've come to understand more that exposure to chemicals, pollutants, and contamination can create illnesses or exacerbate the diseases we see in these same communities across North Carolina. But today, we will connect those dots between environmental injustices and barriers to healthcare, learning from experts how the two are intertwined and shifting our lens to an intersectional analysis to address these critical issues. Today, we will honor the legacy makers of the environmental justice movement 40 years after the movement was birthed here in North Carolina. And today we are excited that you all have chosen to journey with us this Friday in planting the seeds for the justice we envision for all communities across this great state. I want to express my gratitude to all of our esteemed speakers, board, staff, and everyone behind the scenes for their immeasurable contributions to making this year's inaugural 2022 North Carolina Black Alliance Grounded in Justice, Rooted in Wellness Summit a reality. This year's summit would not be possible without the support of our sponsors, Blue Cross Blue Shield of North Carolina Foundation and the Climate Clean and Energy Equity Fund. Finally, my deepest gratitude goes to all of you that have chosen to attend this year's summit and make it a truly historic event. And now I turn it to Lamar Bryan, our North Carolina Black Alliance Triangle Coordinator, Jovita Lee, our Programs Director for the North Carolina Black Alliance, and Drum Prophet Eugene Taylor to deliver the official opening to ground this year's summit.
Where are you from? Who is your family? Who are your people? What connects you to the place you find yourself breathing? These questions lead us to a path of connection to our indigenous ancestors, both living and in spirit, that endured genocide, robbery, environmental injustices, and forced removal by colonizers. We acknowledge the most powerful indigenous nations in North Carolina and respect the past, the present, and the future caretakers of this land. Hi, everyone. I am Lamar Bryan, Triangle Regional Coordinator for Advanced Carolina. North Carolina Black Alliance and Advanced Carolina acknowledges that the team, its foundation of cultivating Black political power, and the spaces we maintain stand upon the homelands of many indigenous nations. Honoring the land of the former people, I consecrate this space and plant the seeds of justice we envision to be birthed. We acknowledge the land from the erasure, the extermination, the cutoff of resources and traditions vital to their welfare, and the global trade of land, leaving lands that cannot be resoiled, reharvested, or replaced. I'm here today to incite a revolution, spark liberation, and create allyship. I am here today to ask you to acknowledge systems of oppression built by colonial institutions. Indigenous people have fought this fight for over 500 plus years with blood, sweat, and tears. Tears that watered the very place that we can live a life of freedom, worth, and pride. The time is now that we commit to respect. We listen to our indigenous people and we take action. I ask you to celebrate indigenous people. I ask you to show up on the front lines with humility in your heart and connect the many tribes to many of today's triumphs. Recognize the people whose land you are living on. I ask you to discredit institutions that whitewash and bruise the dignity and the historical landscape of indigenous people. Last but not least, I ask you to walk gently on these lands. Love the people of this land and speak life to these lands so that when we return home, we will truly feel at home.
To examine the legacy of impact on our communities, it is critical that we honor the history and the land on which we reside and movement build. I'm Javita Lee, Program Director for North Carolina Black Alliance. And as a proud Afro-Indigenous woman residing on traditional Tuscarora land, I understand the importance and hope that you will also in taking a moment to acknowledge the land that we were birthed from, that our ancestors cared for day in and day out. Is not something of the past, but still today, it gives honor in real time to the very real communities and bloodlines that are still thriving daily, despite the ongoing attack of colonialism. The land is who we are now and who our elders and ancestors were then. It carries our blood, our sweat, our tears, and our testimonies. And so today we want to take the next few moments to collectively give honor to our Indigenous communities, especially our hidden and often forgotten Afro-Indigenous communities, because we've been here, by inviting you to click the link in the chat or typing the link that you will see on the next slide. This will allow you to put in your current address and find the name of the traditional land that you are currently residing on. We invite you to honor that land by dropping that name in the chat. We will give you all a few moments to complete this, but in the meantime, thank you so much for joining us here today, and we hope that you are excited to take this journey with us throughout the remainder of the event. Peace to you all.
Okay. Again, good morning and welcome. I'm so hopeful that you all were able to be energized and properly grounded by our land acknowledgement ceremony, especially cultivated by the hands here at North Carolina Black Alliance in coalition with other partners, members, Indigenous tribes, Native American tribes, to make sure that we were grounding, again, equity and opening this summit in an appropriate and cultural healing way. So if you weren't able to drop in the chat, we have enabled the chat before I go into just kind of the introduction of grounding and connecting the dots, right? We're going to deepen that as we go in the journey of community together, of deepening the dots between environmental injustices and of course, access to healthcare. But before we do that, we've enabled the chat. So if you were able to participate in the land acknowledgement exercise, visiting that link that was previously on the screen, and you saw the name, right? The original name of the land in which you occupy now, that you live on, please feel free to drop it in the chat. Also, please use the chat for any questions, just feedback. So we love in the chat. I love being able to read comments as I present and go forward, and being able to shout out folks who are dropping just their thoughts and expressions in the chat. So again, thank you for being with us. And so now that we are journeying into the official, right, part educational component of our summit, today is going to be packed with policy information, faith leaders, and how we are stewards of the earth. We'll get to that as we journey. But before we do, we're going to ground an introduction to environmental injustices and healthcare and how the two intersect and intertwine. And we're going to be ground together in a shared analysis so that we can move forward empowered with the information we need to catalyze, mobilize, and then transform our communities. So welcome to the ER. And I hope folks can see my screen. And if you can, you may be on a cellular device, but there will be a PowerPoint that I'm going to walk forward in my comments. But it's called Welcome to the ER. All right. So we're very familiar with the ER in many Black and Brown communities. We oftentimes, especially rural areas, we lack primary physicians, be it because lack of access to healthcare options, or the fact that in rural communities, sometimes the miles, the distance it takes to get to a doctor's office, it's sometimes easier to access the emergency room as our primary physician, our primary doctor. So we have titled this section, Welcome to the ER, because it stands for environmental racism. So welcome to the ER. Now, as we're talking about what does it mean, environmental racism, I want to do my own land acknowledgement and give honor to my people, my ancestors. These are the original and Afro-Indigenous folks that were the creators among the Kingdom of the Happy Land. And if folks have heard me speak before, if not, please look up the Kingdom of the Happy Land. It was a post-emancipation settlement, but it was also a settlement that predated the transatlantic slave trade here in America in the Appalachian Mountains of North Carolina. And it was a kingdom and the only US kingdom second to Hawaii that was established in the United States, had two kings and a queen. And so I want to give honor to my beginnings, where I come from and my people as an Afro-Indigenous woman, and just want to give honor before we go into the information and education today. So when we talk about environmental injustices, we have to say, as we're talking about environmental justice, we're looking for the justice, right? But we have to say, okay, where did it begin? Where did these intersection of cumulative impact, we hear these words, but what does that mean? Where did the burden of dirty water, the burden of dirty air, the burden of corporations come? Well, it happened and it started, the atrocities of environmental racism began before the proclamation of freedom. This happened during, again, the genocide of Native folks, and it happened during the enslavement of Afro-Indigenous folks and the enslavement of folks who were brought from Africa, again, to make up what we know as a slave trade. So before the proclamation of freedom is actually when environmental racism took its hold as dirty roots. So we're oftentimes told that there is only one type of plantation. We hear this in media, we hear this in public news, that oftentimes our people, our ancestors, we're referred to as only being folks who pulled the cotton, who pulled and harvested the tobacco crops, the agriculture plantation. But what's not often told or depicted is that once that crop was harvested, there was still enslaved peoples who had to forcibly manufacture and produce those crops, right? So you had freed folks eventually, but before the freedom came, they had to work on agricultural plantations, industrial plantations, service plantations, and there's several others. But it's really important that when we look at the industrial plantation, there were such things as the textile mills, ironworks, tobacco factories, shipyards, roads, railroads. Sounds familiar, right? Service plantations, we still had cooks. We were enslaved, so we were forced to be housemaids, blacksmiths, weavers. Why am I making this delineation of saying industrial versus service? Is because we hear about these corporations today, the corporations that don't offer access to healthcare, these corporations that don't prioritize our people to make sure that we were protected in COVID-19 when it very first hit. These same corporations that don't pay a living wage and still pay slave wages, as we call it, guess what? Those corporation models was birthed out of the plantation models, the industrial plantation, the service plantation, and the agricultural plantation, right? What we also see is when we talk about environmental injustice is the fact that corporations, we call them dirty corporations, they emit pollution. Many people may have heard the term carbon emissions. Well, that just simply means dirty air that is contaminated and made dirty by these corporations. They spew out pollutants, they spew out chemicals, and it creates, again, unsafe, unclean air. It contaminates our water, it contaminates our land, and carbon emissions is responsible for, of course, what we're seeing is heat index. So historic heat waves, where we're seeing historic hurricanes. This is the responsibility and the fault of these corporations. But here's what's important. That corporation model and carbon emissions actually began in slavery because it was an economic vehicle that profiteered from enslaved people and profiteered from this plantation model to actually start what we know as America. The funding, guess what, came from the plantation model. Now, when I say funding, what do I mean? That enslaved labor and plantation extraction that created carbon emissions that, again, remove soil from the land, that hurt our people. How is it profited, right? So it'll tell us, there's a study that is called The Stock of Slaves. Now, I am very clear that I will never call my people slaves. I always say they were enslaved. That is a state of being, not who they were as human beings, right? But this analysis, this study tracked 55 years of, again, the remaining 55 years of slavery before emancipation. This is not the total, right? Several hundred years, just the last 55. Now, bear with me. 1 million, it was studied and calculated that 1 million enslaved people in 1805 were valued at $1 million. But in 55 years, 4 million enslaved peoples were worth close to $3 billion. So this capitalistic extraction of people and the land is what actually gave the financial and economic bedrock to actually create and found America as an institution. We had the most millionaires in the South because of the slave trade. We had the most millionaires in Texas because of the slave trade. And guess what? The value of capital invested in enslaved people roughly equal the total value of all farmland and farm buildings in the South. So our oppression was tied to the land because not only was the worth of the people sold, not just our labor, but our value as literal stock equaled farmland and equaled the buildings, the plantations. Therefore, the land was oppressed at the same time that we were oppressed as a people, right? We see the entrenchment of systemic barriers that was an outgrowth of slavery. When I talk about plantations to the corporation model, when I talk about the agricultural system, the industrial, the service plantations outgrew from their Black codes and inequitable policies that entrenched these plantations, becoming corporations that are still emitting dirty pollution and causing, again, historic earthquakes, historic heat, historic hurricanes, and other impactment, urban heat islands, food insecurity. The outgrowth, in addition to that, was the impact on our people in the penal system. Black codes was developed to punish our people and to put us back into prison, back into an enslaved state, even post-emancipation. So we see the intersection of now healthcare and the fact that we were rendered and made sick due to these environmental contaminated plantations that became corporations. And now it's tied to this polluting economy that was the bedrock of America, because extracting us and extracting the land is what provided the resources to create this nation. So today is not a new state of being that we are fighting against carbon emissions. Today is not a new fight that we are fighting for environmental justice. It was started as the bedrock of the institution of this nation. So we are fighting legacy environmental racism. So as I wind down, let me stop here. When we say welcome to the ER, welcome to the emergency room, we know that in America, specifically in North Carolina, that we are 80% rural. 80 rural counties in North Carolina. In those rural counties, we had the highest disparities during COVID-19, with over 87% of Black and Latino workers that were franchise and fast food workers died from COVID-19 because of the lack of relief. This is the same corporate model that was birthed in those plantation models. When we talk about the lack of access to healthcare and the fact that over 500,000 people lost healthcare due to the pandemic, it's because our infrastructures, our state budget wasn't actually in place to remediate and overhaul these systems of inequities. When we talk about exposure to lead, exposure to radon, exposure to chemical contaminants, likened to the environmental justice movement of 1982 that we are celebrating today as the legacy makers, when we talk about exposure to those contaminants, that creates the diseases in our communities, or it exacerbates it, makes it worse. So then we wonder why our people are dealing with high rates of asthma. It's because exposure to dirty air. We wonder why we're dealing with bronchial and lung diseases and cancer. It's exposure to chemicals that have been dumped into our waterways since slavery and has not stopped because policies support corporations dumping in our communities and being in our communities. It is all intertwined. When we realize that even today's corporations, the dirtiest of the corporations who do not treat our people fairly, are also located in the former Jim Crow era segregation lines. We realize that the maps used over and over again, be it for, again, Jim Crow era segregation that impacts housing, to even how our voting and gerrymandering determines where we vote, the same lines are used to entrench corporations, disenfranchise our people so we can't vote our way into proper representation, and then we are rendered sick and ill because our land, our water, our air is poisoned. That is the intersection. And as we move forward today, in the next sessions, we will talk about what and how we can mobilize and move forward and ground even policy analysis. But I thank you for being with us today as we talk about at a deeper lens how we can make sure to fight back against these corporations that are using our homes and lands as dumping grounds, right? But also how we as a people can make sure that we are supporting one another with mutual aid and resiliency to understand that this targeted and intentionality of dumping in our home has been this way as a legacy of America, especially when we know over 56% of all people of color live only 2 miles away from a toxic, hazardous waste site. That is not by accident. It is by intention. So as we wind down together, and I see folks are dropping in the chat land acknowledgements, I just appreciate, please continue. I'm very excited and very, very whole in this moment to see how folks are giving honor to, again, the original lands. When we talk about the United States, when we talk about North Carolina, we must understand that still nearly half of the United States, our individual states, still hold the indigenous original names. So please continue to drop in the chat as we transition to a community public announcement with key important facts and information. And then we're going to jump right into our first panel for today. All right, stay tuned.
In America, over 50% of all people of color in this nation live only 2 miles away from a toxic waste site. In North Carolina, we are #1 in the nation for PFAS contamination. When we talk about the lead piping in our children's schools and the mold and mildew that dots the hallways, when we talk about affordable housing, must also be fair housing, must also be clean housing. That is environmental justice. When we talk about utilities, it's a human rights because everyone deserves to have the lights on. Everyone deserves affordable energy so they can run their CPAP machines for oxygen or their nebulizers for asthma. Utilities is a human right. Clean air is a human right. Clean water is a human right. Healthy food and access to healthcare is a human right. At the North Carolina Black Alliance, we have prioritized environmental justice as a key issue area for our communities because we understand cumulative impact is burdens of layer on the backs of our people. But we cannot do this work without first giving honor to the elders and the ancestors of the Warren County, North Carolina protest that birthed the environmental justice movement that is now nationally and globally a phenomenon to protect marginalized communities.
And so if you saw at the end of that public community announcement, you may have noticed images from Warren County during the 1982 PCB protest. And so I am very encouraged, excited, and so deeply honored to introduce our keynote speaker for this year's inaugural summit, President Shauna Singletary Williams, an award-winning broadcast journalist. Shauna is retired now, but her first job was at WTVD Channel 11 in Durham, where she worked as a reporter, weather anchor, and news anchor. Ms. Williams went on to NBC Network News, starting as a correspondent on-air reporter, ending as a producer. At WTVD, Williams covered politics from city and county governments in Durham, as well as other news of the day. Most notable assignment in the 70s, the week she traveled to Warren County every night to cover the illegal dumping of the PCBs, a chemical contaminant. At NBC, Williams started in the Miami Bureau, where she worked and traveled to the Caribbean and the entire state of Florida. She covered the space shuttle program at Cape Canaveral, including the 1986 Challenger disaster. When given the opportunity to relocate to New York, her birthplace, Ms. Williams was eager to go. She traveled the world, working for the Today Show, NBC Nightly News, Dateline, and MSNBC. Assignments included 3 major plane crashes, Princess Diana's funeral in London, natural disasters like floods and tornadoes in the Midwest. Her favorite assignment was covering the President of the United States of America, which allowed her to travel in presidential motorcades and ride on Air Force One. Interviews with celebrities, sidelines on the basketball court or football field, trials, funerals, political conventions, and so much more kept Williams busy and on the go. She is married to Yarborough Williams. Together, they have 5 children, 10 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. Spending time with her husband and family, reading, writing, and travel keeps Williams happy. Currently, she is writing several books, eager to add the word author to her accomplishment. Thank you, and welcome to our keynote speaker, President Shauna Williams.
Good morning, and welcome to the inaugural Environmental Justice and Healthcare Summit, grounded in justice, rooted in wellness. Inaugural, that means it's a first, y'all. That's exciting. It is my pleasure and honor to welcome each of you to this trailblazing event by the North Carolina Black Alliance. And kudos to the organizers and planners of this event. I am Shauna Singletary Williams, President of the Board of Trustees of the historic Warren County Community Center in downtown Warrenton. Warren County might ring a bell to you, as it is the birthplace of the environmental justice movement 40 years ago. Now, if you're sitting there thinking, well, I don't recognize her as someone in the environmental justice or healthcare circles, you are correct, I am not. But I am here to tell you a story, because that's what reporters do. This story is about my journey from New York to North Carolina and the intersection of events and people involving the 1978 PCB dumping, the 1982 protest marches in Warrenton, and more. To this day, parts of this story even make me go, wow. As a God-fearing woman, all I can tell you is divine intervention. So let's start at the beginning. I was born and raised in Harlem, New York, until my parents and I moved to a small suburb of New York City called Pleasantville. We were the second Black family in Pleasantville after the late actor Sidney Poitier and his family. Now, I could tell you all about my experiences as a Black girl growing up in White Town, but that's not why we're here. But my decision to head south after 17 years of life in the North is one reason I am here today. I went to Duke University, majored in education, thinking I was going to be an elementary school teacher just like my mom. But words from my father the night before I left for college stayed with me. Think about a career in broadcasting because you're a good public speaker. The Cliff Note version of this story is that I started in broadcasting the summer after my freshman year. 18 years old, I started working at a local radio station broadcast to the city of Durham. After graduating from Duke, I attended Columbia University Graduate School of Journalism and got a Master of Science degree in journalism. Then I headed back to North Carolina for my first job at WTVD, Channel 11. Over the next 6 years, I was a reporter, weather anchor, and news anchor. In 1982, I went to work for NBC Network News, based in Miami, as a correspondent and on-air reporter. I stayed with NBC News for 25 years, continued working as a freelance producer for another 13 years. I am now happy to report I am retired. Along this journey of life, I was married, widowed, and married again now to a man from Warren County, Yarborough Williams. Together, we have 5 children, 10 grandchildren, and 1 great-granddaughter. In 2008, after using the community center as a headquarters for the election of Barack Obama, my husband and I were asked to join the board of trustees of the community center and bring some friends with us. 10 years ago, I became the board's president. We have been working hard to restore the building, have programs that make the center relevant to the community and known to young people. Now, I think to understand how and why Warren County became the birthplace of the environmental justice movement, it may be helpful to hear about the Warren County Community Center. It was born out of need. But let's go back a bit further. After the Civil War, Black people made many civil rights gains during Reconstruction, which ended in 1877. The Jim Crow state and local laws enforced segregation in the South. The 1896 landmark Plessy v. Ferguson ruling by the United States Supreme Court confirmed segregation as long as the facilities were separate but equal. Well, therein, ladies and gentlemen, is the rub. Separate was not equal. Surely not in the 1930s in this small rural county of Warren. Schools lacked books and supplies, Black people could not use the library, and in downtown Warrenton, there were no restrooms for colored people, whites only. Okay, let me say that again so it'll sink in. If you traveled to downtown Warrenton for business, banking, shopping, even to go behind the back of a restaurant to get food, if you needed to relieve yourself, there were no restrooms for people of color. Basic human and civil rights of African Americans were being violated and not met. The Warren County Negro Community Center and Library came into being to right a wrong, injustice against African Americans. School teacher Winnie B. Williams is said to have been 80 years old in 1933, the oldest living and still working as a school teacher in Warren County at the time. Mrs. Williams had the idea for a reading room for teachers when they visited Warrenton. In other words, she meant a restroom with lavatory facilities. She galvanized the whole community. According to our records, 100 postcards were sent out, and on December 25th, 1933, yes, I do mean Christmas Day, 96 persons, men and women, met at the John R. Hawkins School. The group unanimously accepted the principles involved in the proposition and began at once to set up the necessary machinery. That included a 15-person board of trustees with 12 colored men and 3 white men. Donations, government money, soil, blood, sweat, and tears led to the construction of a 2-story state-of-the-art brick building in downtown Warrenton in 1936. The community center became a focal point for Black life in the county. Meetings, parties, weddings, 4-H, home extension, scouting events, socials, and of course, bathrooms, and even showers. It was not only the place, it was the only place for Black folks to go back in the day. What's important about the creation of the Warren County Community Center with Winnie B. Williams at the forefront is her observation of a need, her insistence there was a problem, and her solution for it. A woman in the 1930s, she was smart, well-educated, determined, had tenacity, courage, strength, and resilience. We honestly cannot imagine what Black folk back then endured to survive and get ahead. Racism was alive and well. Blacks were not accepted in most places. In fact, it was best if we kept to ourselves and to our own. Ms. Williams left some valuable life lessons that I believe helped the people who some 40 years later were faced with a life or death obstacle, also facing racism and other trials. In 1978, the Ward Transformer Company of Raleigh, rather than follow the EPA regulations for disposing of polychlorinated biphenyls, or PCBs, between June and August, some 31,000 gallons of PCB contaminated oil were illegally, under the cover of night, sprayed along 240 miles of highway shoulders in 14 North Carolina counties. Warren was one of them. Once discovered, that actually ended up being 60,000 tons of PCB contaminated soil that needed to go somewhere. Well, my first trip to Warren County was in 1978 for WTVD to cover the illegal dumping of the PCBs. Now, it's been 40 years ago, folks, so I have to ask you to cut me some slack, because people always ask, what did you do that back in 78? Exactly who I saw, who I interviewed, what my story showed, it's a mystery to me. But I remember we drove from Durham to Warrenton every night, Monday through Friday, to cover the story, and raced back to Durham to WTVD studio to lead the 11 o'clock newscast with this story for a whole week. And believe me, it was a big story. My friend and colleague, whose name you might remember, Beverly Burke, can tell you what clothes I wore that week, but I don't remember. And I've tried to find footage or a transcript, but no luck so far. But it is my understanding from talking to folks who live here, it wasn't long after the illegal discharge of the PCB-laced oil that residents took note that something was off, something was wrong. My husband said there was a shiny spill up and down the roads and on the grass. Also, according to Wikipedia, the midnight PCB dumpings, the state erected large warning signs along the roadsides, making the public feel as if the roadside PCBs posed an imminent public health threat. Well, that's certainly an understatement. Remember, 1978 is also when New York State officials discovered leakage of toxic chemicals from underground into basements of homes in the Love Canal neighborhood of Niagara Falls. I don't need to go into details about what happened here in North Carolina over the next 4 years. It was decided that the PCB contaminated soil should remain in Warren County, along with the soil from the 13 other counties. Well, that didn't sit well with residents. And remember, it was dumped in 14 counties, and there were EPA sites equipped to handle toxic waste. Shortly after the illegally sprayed oil was discovered, people started meeting to figure out what to do. There were meetings on the federal, state, and local level. Folks here mobilized, strategized, and planned their actions. The meetings across Warren County were in churches, homes, with the county commissioners. A notable public hearing drew several hundred people and lasted many hours until 2:40 in the morning. People even went to Raleigh, met with Governor Jim Hunt, legislators, lawyers, scientists, and others, and numerous lawsuits were filed to stop the dump. But by the fall of 1982, it was known that Warren County residents did not want to host a permanent site for the PCB contaminated soil. It was believed and known that a site here was an ill-conceived plan, a criminal act on the part of the state, an industrial disaster for the county, and a threat to the health of the citizens. I was not here in 1982. I'd gone to Miami to work for NBC, but I know people who were here. When you go to the North Carolina Black Alliance website and click on our commitments, then environmental justice, there's a video in pause mode of showing two young girls on a road in Warren County. The 13-year-old on the right, wearing a white top, mouth wide open, is our daughter, Concerto Williams. Things that make you go, wow, how does that happen? Concerto's father and I got married 22 years ago, but it was just last year that she sent me an article about Warren County's remarkable resistance movement with her picture as a protester front and center. A few months after she sent the article, I was on the phone with a UNC archivist who was working on an exhibit that just opened July 25th at the Wilson Library at UNC, Chapel Hill. And it was about the 40th anniversary of the birth of the environmental justice movement. And that will be up until December. In that first conversation, the archivist mentioned he and the photographer working on the project were trying to find two girls in a photo. Yep, the same photo that I've just talked to you about. Concerto was one of the hundreds of people who protested and got arrested over those 6 weeks from mid-September to October in 1982. She was active with the youth of our church, Coley Springs Missionary Baptist Church, and she could not understand how someone could dump this nasty, carcinogenic stuff illegally on our roadways and then think they could get away with it. She was mad, indignant, and she was passionate about it and felt the need and felt led to march. She was not alone. Residents were frightened, they were angry, concerned, and determined. Not in my backyard. They were worried about contamination of the air, the water, and even future economic development. People here were likely underestimated. We had no political representation on the state or federal level at that time. Warren County was considered politically impotent, made up of mostly Black people and a poor community. In fact, at the time, statistics showed we had the highest percentage of Black residents in the whole state and nearly the lowest per capita income. What the state and the nation came to learn and see in the 6 weeks of protests was a unique, multiracial, intergenerational coalition, a David versus Goliath, if you will. The people like our daughter who came to march were young, old, Black, white, indigenous people. The resistance that led to the birth of the environmental justice movement had some Winnie B. Williams in there too. The movement was born out of a need. It was fueled by tenacity, courage, strength, determination, and resilience. Organizational and rallying meetings were held at the Coley Springs Missionary Baptist Church, some 2 miles away from the proposed dump site. Backed by God and faith, they pulled from the Civil Rights Playbook, even consulted with civil rights leaders, and many came to march side by side. You've heard their names: Reverend Leon White, Field Director of the United Church of Christ Commission on Racial Justice, Reverend Ben Chavis, Dr. Joseph Lowry, President of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, U.S. Representative Walter Fauntroy, Golden Franks, Floyd McKissick, Chair of the Congress of Racial Equality, CORE. The protesters were told to be nonviolent, and they were. But who expected that when those trucks, 10,000 of them in all, started rolling down the road to start leaving the contaminated soil, that demonstrators would lay their bodies down on the ground to block their path. The Coley Springs pastor, Reverend Luther Brown, once commented, "The fear was the thing that drew people out, especially fear of the water being poisoned." Adults and children were arrested. Children as young as 4 years old. Behind the scenes were more people who were babysitters of the children whose parents wanted to march, cooks making food and providing beverages for the protesters, artists who made the signs to be carried, and others putting up bail money for those who got arrested to get out of jail. I understand from one of the protesters who was arrested that first day that women went home to make fried chicken and biscuits. So when those arrested had not gotten released and it was getting late, the women would find men with strong arms to throw the chicken and the biscuits over the fence into the waiting hands of the hungry being detained at the Warren County Jail. This was a people-powered movement. In closing, I am saddened to tell you that to our knowledge, there has never been a complete, comprehensive, documented study of the health effects of people in the community since the dumping. That too is criminal. We know for a fact that the dump failed. Chemicals got into the air, got into the water, and likely into any animals in the area who drank the water, and so into people's food as well. Anecdotally, we know of one couple who marched in protest, admitting, "We are scared for our health." 9 years later, both of them died from cancer. A principal at the local elementary school in the same community as the church and the dump site remembers 2 children who got cancer. One of them was in kindergarten, only 5 years old when he died. In our house, Concerto's birth mother died of breast cancer at the young age of 36, leaving her, 2 younger siblings, and my husband. I have no doubt there are countless others who were sickened and died because of the reckless behavior of the company that brought the contamination to our community, and to the state leaders who refused to send it to a site that was built to hold and store such materials safely because the state said it was too expensive. How do you put a price tag on a community's health, a person's health? Thank God for people like Ben Chavis and Dolly Burwell, who made the connection early on and called out environmental racism in Warrenton. Warren County may have lost the battle, but we birthed a movement. We have gone from being victims to being victors. What man meant for our harm, God has turned into good. We all know that racism has played out in community after community across this country when it comes to our basic civil, human, and environmental rights, placement of hazardous waste sites, our health care, and so much more. In Warren County, we are realizing now our power in telling our stories. And we look to the Akan tribe in Ghana, their Sankofa bird. The mythical bird has its feet firmly planted forward with its head turned backward. We are not forgetting our history in Warren County, but we are moving forward, stronger and better than before. I applaud each of you for your role in environmental and healthcare causes. As you know, you have your work cut out for you. The sheer number of contaminants in this country is mind-boggling. That in 2022, so much of what is decided in this country is still based on race is disturbing. But we must keep up the fight so we can really turn environmental injustice to environmental justice for all. I thank you for your time and attention. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Wow. Thank you so much, President Shauna Williams. I hope that everyone was able to just sit in a moment and take in the powerful story, the lineage, the legacy. I had the honor of sitting down with President Williams and just the understanding of her legacy as a legend maker and a pioneer, even in the media industry, being able to now make a pathway for other Black women who are in the pathway of being correspondents, journalists, broadcasters, whether it's on sports stations or NBC or Timeline. I just want to first ground appreciation for the work that you have done for our communities nationally and abroad to make a pathway of equity for us to be hired in media to tell our own story, to tell our own narrative, to let folks know, like you did today, the power that is Warren County and the fact that environmental justice, the cry for justice, was birthed because our people stood up against the giants that determined to dump that waste into our community. It's not praising or reveling in the fact that there's contamination. It's praising and reveling in the fact that we said you are not going to dump on us, and we demand justice. And for you to pull out the power and the legacy and the birthing of the environmental justice movement so that we can move in power and unification and understanding what is within us and our communities to forge a fight ahead that we don't have to take being dumped upon. That is what resounded with me and resonated in my spirit. And I hope that folks are dropping in the chat what resonated with you and your spirit and what really stood out to you, because the power of us, the power of our communities to say, no, we will not take it, is the justice in environmental justice. And so I just thank you. And don't worry, that won't be the last time you see President Williams. Stay tuned after this panel. We're actually going to see her again for a deeper conversation. But before I get to that, we're going to take a step further with other experts now in our first panel to talk more deeply about faith and empowerment. And that's actually the title of the session, Grounded Session, Faith and Empowerment, a panel about mobilizing communities on issues of environmental racism and health disparities through Black faith leadership. In the Warren County movement, in the movement for civil rights and human rights, we know that Black faith leadership and the Black church has been instrumental from Freedom Summer when we were being bombed and lynched. We knew that churches was the bedrock of safety, strategy, and planning. And now today in 2022, what is the plan for faith leadership as we are still the stewards of this earth? So historically, faith leaders have played, as I've said, a significant role in mobilizing Black communities and brown communities. When our communities are faced with challenges, Black faith leaders and Black faith spaces are integral to connecting those who are disproportionately affected by disparity to resources that empower them. Today, through innovative faith leadership, faith spaces continue to play significant roles in Black social justice movements. This panel will focus on how faith leaders politically empower and provide opportunities for the communities they serve to address issues of environmental racism, welcome to the ER, and health disparities. So now I'll turn it over to the moderator for this panel, Dr. Talika McCoy, youth pastor of Mount Peace Baptist Church and a faith fellow for the North Carolina Black Alliance. Dr. McCoy, take it away.
Thank you so much, LA. It is indeed a blessing to be here on today. Yes, indeed, this has already been powerful, and we are certainly grateful to have the opportunity to have faith leaders even engaged on this conversation. On this morning, we have powerful people who have been active and who have more information to help us to grow and to understand the importance of this particular topic. I am the Reverend Dr. Talika McCoy, and I'm grateful to be here. We have Dr. Travis Hunter with us on this morning. He is one of the panelists. He is a native of Winston-Salem, North Carolina. He was educated even in the Winston-Salem Forsyth school system, and he went to Winston-Salem State University, where he graduated in 2003 with a BA in history with a minor in English. He has dedicated himself to educating, shaping young minds. He furthered his education at UNCG. Then he went on to Shaw University Divinity School, where he obtained his Master of Christian Education in 2007. He went to Pella University in 2008, and he obtained a master's in school administration, then on to receive or to earn a PhD in ministry from North Central Theological Seminary. So we are certainly grateful to have him. He is currently the CEO and founder of Travis Hunter Global Ministries, where the motto is educating people through the word, through God's word, where he spreads the gospel of Christ. So we are so grateful. He is also an author. So we welcome Dr. Travis Hunter. We also have with us on this morning the Reverend Donna Van Hook. She is a former certified law enforcement officer and lifelong learner, which is a blessing. Reverend Van Hook, she holds 2 associate degrees in criminal justice from Alamance County Community College and a BA degree from Elon University. She majored in religious studies and she minored in human services. She earned a Master of Divinity degree from the Shaw University Divinity School. And we are so grateful because she has been named one of the distinguished alumni preachers. She earned a Master of Arts degree in nonprofit management from High Point University, and she is a trailblazer. We're grateful to have Reverend Van Hook here on this morning. She was one of the first 4 women ordained by the Guilford Educational and Ministry Baptist Association. And currently she serves as an ordained associate pastor at Union Chapel United Church of Christ, and she's a planning team member with the Southern Conference of the Union Chapel United Church of Christ Racial Justice Project. Currently, Reverend Van Hook, she is a City of Burlington Minimum Housing Commissioner, a local school system superintendent's equity, diversity, and opportunity committee member, and North Central Carolina faith engagement coordinator with the North Carolina Black Alliance. So we welcome even Reverend Van Hook on this morning. And we also have Pastor Timbila Covington. Pastor Timbila Covington, we're grateful that she's here as well. She earned a Bachelor's of Arts in Religion and Philosophy from Shaw University, and a Master of Science in Agricultural Education from North Carolina Agricultural and Technical State University. Pastor Timbila Covington, she is the new pastor of the Exodus United Baptist Church in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And I see some of you saying Aggie pride. Indeed. She pastors that church right there in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. And she is a certified Christian life coach and pastoral care counselor. Pastor Covington, her background comes with an African culture flavor from Burkina Faso, West Africa. And she is so awesome to let everybody know the proper pronunciation of her land. And so she was reared there in Africa, and she is the proud mother of 1 daughter, and she's bivocational. She's a bivocational pastor. And she works with Neighbors for Better Neighborhoods as the Strengthening Neighborhoods and Families Program Director. And so she is completing her 4-year term, even as the president of the Ministers Conference of Winston-Salem and Vicinity. That is an ecumenical faith-based nonprofit organization positioned at the intersection of the faith community, social justice, and action. Her work is entrenched in community organizing, development, leadership development, and she also serves on several boards. So we welcome Pastor Covington, who is a servant leader dedicated to serving all people. And last but not least, we have the Reverend Dr. Dennis Leach. Pastor Leach was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. After receiving public education, he entered the United States Army. Thank you for your service, Pastor Leach. The United States Army, where he served for 20 years, retiring in 1993 as a member of the 82nd Airborne Division. While in the military, he received his call to ministry. He was licensed in 1981. In 1984, he was licensed by Pine Hall Baptist Church and ordained trained in the Rowan Baptist Association of North Carolina. He served as pastor of the Zion Baptist Church for 2.5 years while stationed in Germany. After retiring, he became a full-time student and received his bachelor degree from Fayetteville State University in criminal justice. He went on to earn a Master of Divinity degree, and then he was a graduate. He graduated from Drew University, where he received his Doctor of Ministry degree, class of 2012. In October 2009, he was called to to be the senior pastor of the Morning Star Missionary Baptist Church in Winston-Salem, North Carolina. So can we welcome our 4 panelists on this morning? We are so grateful for them to take the time to serve the community. So again, we have Dr. Travis Hunter, Reverend Donna Van Hook, Dr. Dennis Leach, and Pastor Timbila Covington. So thank you all for being here. I want to open with the first question. We're focusing on faith and empowerment in this session, mobilizing communities on issues of environmental racism and health disparities through Black faith leadership. So I read your bios, and I know that I did condense them because you all have done so many other things. But in reading that, I wanted our listeners and watchers to really know a lot of your work and what you're doing. But I really want us to start with thinking about your feelings surrounding the unfair exposure of poor and marginalized communities to really the harms associated with things like resource extraction, your feelings surrounding that unfair exposure when we think about hazardous waste, when thinking about water pollution. What are your feelings and, and other land uses? Whichever one of you would like to start, could you just enlighten us on your feelings and your expertise just surrounding that question?
I can go, if I may.
Leach,
Good morning,
Dr.
everybody.
Hunter, we cannot see you right now, and we want to be sure that you can take yourself off of mute as well. So we want to hear from you. But if someone would, I tell you what, since we can see Pastor Covington, would you maybe enlighten us concerning that question?
Sure, I believe that Dr. Van Hook was going to begin the discussion. So I'll give her privilege to go ahead and get started since she had initially gotten started.
Can you hear me okay?
I can hear you now. I think
Okay.
I must have had myself on or have you all on mute. I apologize.
Okay.
Yes,
No
please.
problem. And so my thought about it is we have to really remember that this is inherent in racism. And so I think many times when we're doing environmental justice work, we negate that part. And my feeling about it is that's where we start, is the systemic ways in which people of color have been, the central issue has been in our communities. And let us remember that it's inherent in racism.
Absolutely, and I certainly concur with that statement, but I also believe it is my feeling that there is very little consideration for environmental justice overall to be a state of consideration for health and wellness, well-being of a community. And when that is not considered a respective community, of course, there is disengagement, there is less consideration, there is non-action that is given to finding solutions to certainly drive the health, the holistic health of a community. So for me, in my thinking process, it certainly adds to the health and wellness disparities in our respective communities, particularly the communities that are under-resourced. So for me, it is really a glaring health disparity.
Thank you. Thank you.
Good morning, Dr. McCoy, and to all the clergy. For some strange reason, I'm having some technical difficulties. It's not allowing me to to download or to, I'm having some screen issues. That's why I just went ahead and cut the screen off. But if I may, for just a moment, share my feelings. My feelings is that of disgust. And this has heightened my holy indignation because we have whole companies that are choosing to take deliberate environmental injustices and to do harm to whole communities of Black and Browns. This injustice, it brings big corporate gain to certain companies. And in my research, I come to understand that there are a lot of, as you did say, air quality pollutants, and wastewater treatment facilities have lessened the inspections of those facilities, which is causing a lot of pollution and air control issues in a lot of the Black and Brown communities. So what am I trying to suggest is that this is not only deliberate, it is premeditated, it is manipulation, it's mind control. You have a whole companies, and some of the companies, when I researched, we have jewelry companies, we have grocery stores that researches certain neighborhoods. They want to move themselves in Black and Brown communities to where they already know this is going to bring down the property value that causes certain demographics of people to move out of those neighborhoods. And then the Black and Browns get stuck in those neighborhoods because they would have changed overnight the economics of those neighborhoods. So this is deliberate, and not just to have feelings, but we should be moved by our compassion that God gave to us to do something. One of the things that in my research I found is that we need to educate our parishioners and our congregants that we should shop local for our groceries. We need to go to the farmer's market, and we need to buy local our jewelry and stop supporting big ticket jewelry stores, because the grocery stores and the jewelry stores are two of the industries that's bringing such environmental injustices to Black and Brown communities. Even those communities where the economics are high, they are being impacted now with the environmental injustices as well, because it brings down their property value, and they are forced to leave high income neighborhoods, and they have to relocate their families as well. And it's not fair. And we should, as the people of God and the prophets of God, speak to it.
Thank you, thank you. And we want to be sure to give Dr. Leach space to speak to this question as well.
Good morning. Thank you, Dr. McCoy, for inviting me to be a part of this panel. To my other panelists, that first question, when I read it, my response is, it makes me angry. So I guess I could say I'm an angry Black man who's often had a chip on his shoulder. Because of my experience or encounters with racism, it makes me angry, but it also makes me passionate. I've had to learn to channel my anger into positive actions, especially in defense of those who are seen as powerless and voiceless in our community. I'm not under any misconceptions as it relates to the historic inequalities and injustices and the marginalization treatment of Black and Brown and those who are seen as others in our nation. A few years ago, the city of Winston-Salem determined that it had to cut its budget, and on the chopping block was bus services to a community where the church is. The community around the church is considered a food desert, and those who live there have to travel a few miles to get to a grocery store like Food Line. I attended the city council meeting where they were going to vote to stop the services, and I signed up for public comment. I got up and I told a story about mothers who would have to push baby strollers far distances, persons with physical disabilities who would have to travel nearly a mile to get to a bus stop. As a result, the city canceled those plans, and the forces aligned against the interests of Black and Brown communities are relentless, as I see it, callous and heartless, and they are determined to disenfranchise our communities at all costs. And in Forsyth County, they are using a state statute.
Wow. Wow. Thank you. Thank you all for sharing. The next question that I was going to ask had to do with ways that your community is involved. And some of you have already offered some ideas, and what you think regarding that. But let's go a little deeper when thinking about the ways that your community or your church, the way that they are involved with issues of environmental justice. What does that look like for you? And if it's not as developed as it could be, could you suggest, because even in the chat right now, someone did put in the chat when thinking about local farmers markets, when Dr. Hunter mentioned something about, our food and how we should be doing things, even in the chat, there is a link there to the Black Farmers Market. And so we want to be sure that we're giving people some ideas of what the community and the church are already doing, and then really pushing to say how we can continue to be champions. So in what ways is your community or church involved in issues of environmental justice?
One of the things that can be done, I think is key. We can encourage other churches to join the North Carolina Council of Churches, particularly their Creation Care programs. They have another program, it's called the North Carolina Interfaith Powerful and Lights Education Campaign. Then they have another campaign, it's called the Advocacy Campaign. These and all of the programs, they seek out clergy and local members of congregations to become aware and to articulate such moral issues of climate change and environmental justice. And I'm going to put those in the chat, but I will say it again for the sake of emphasis. It's the North Carolina Council of Churches. And within the North Carolina Council of Churches, they have the Creation Care program. Then they have the North Carolina Interfaith Power and Lights Education Campaign. And then the Advocacy Campaign. Those are the three key things in North Carolina, or the key auxiliaries or organizations that we as North Carolina citizens can join to speak to this, because they already have an infrastructure that we can join forces in our faith in God together to get the job done. So I'm getting ready to put those things in the chat now, so that those that are watching us can get that information.
I'd like to add to some of the things churches can do, and some things that I have certainly been a part of as a pastor, but also as a bivocational pastor working at Neighbors for Better Neighborhood, which is a nonprofit grassroots organization where we believe in developing communities through its own residents. And so we support projects and programs with our resident leaders. We engage them to develop programs that certainly build on advocacy and relevant concerning issues to a specific community. At the church level, of course, for me, as it relates to even work, I believe it's at home. Charity does begin at home. We have to have a self-interest. We have to have a buy-in to see the relevancy and the concern that our communities are experiencing and challenged with, because no help is coming. The system is already in place. And to fight the system perhaps parallelly would be the appropriate thing, but to fight it and to ignore our own power and strength and voice to be able to do for ourselves is not productive. And so as a church, certainly is to build that, that passion, that urgency, that interest with the members of our health and wellness auxiliaries, to get them involved, not just in what we align health and wellness with, but to additionally add the component of environmental justice. And all this is part of our social justice initiatives. It's important, and it can start simply with understanding how important it is to keep our neighborhoods clean. It could also begin with the fact of starting a community garden within the properties that we have an opportunity to develop those. It doesn't have to be a farm. It could just be a community garden that will get the membership involved. And then, of course, there is the matter of educating and understanding what is, how important it is to get involved and to certainly practice in way of holistic care, this component of certainly evaluating and being a part of advocacy for environmental justice. In my professional environment, of course, for those of you that may know, Winston-Salem, on January 31st, experienced an explosion at the Weaver fertilizer plant, something that fortunately we did not experience any loss of life, but could have been the worst of explosions, the hazardous explosions within this country. Nonetheless, there are many residents that are living within just a few feet away from that plant. And so there is in the work that I do at Neighbors for Better Neighborhood, what we have done to get ourselves involved and to be active is to, in the way of organizing, assign our resident leaders to begin to have these candid discussions and to elevate questions and concerns and to find out what is most important to our communities. Nothing moves until the community themselves find it important to evaluate and to be a part of the fight for justice. And so we have been listening to our residents within the North Ward, and they have shared with us what some of those concerns are. And what we are doing with that is to relatively making sure that we go to our elected officials and ensuring that policies are changed, are written in a way that we are protecting the residents that are living near and far from around industrial places. And so in that respect, to that particular question, what are we doing? What am I doing in the church is certainly elevating awareness, getting people involved, and beginning the part of keeping a clean environment, clean neighborhood, and discussing other ways we can participate in the way of community gardening. And then on the job, of course, is working one-on-one with the residents in that area, bringing awareness, information, and of course, discussion to find out what specific concerns they have and what is relevant to them so that they can begin the healing process.
I would like to add that I consider myself a practical theologian, blue collar pastor, hands-on. About 7 years ago, the community where the church is borders Bowman Gray Stadium, lower parking lot. Unknown to me at the time, that parking lot, which was always in disrepair, is where a former landfill used to be in the heart of the Black community. It was not until Winston-Salem State University planned to purchase the property that the issue of a methane gas leak came up. In a statement released by city officials, they said, while the odorless flammable gas escaping the soil is not hazardous, it could pose a threat of explosion, cause headaches, dizziness, and nausea if the buildup is confined to a building. Now that statement doesn't make any sense, contradictory. When the issue of the methane gas leak came out and possible contamination of surrounding homes, the church served as a hub for meeting, not only to address the issue, but also to assure residents the need to have their homes checked for possible contamination. Several homes in the community were tested, a few of them occupied by members of the church. It is my belief that if not for Winston-Salem State University's demand that it be addressed by a reputable company that specialized in dealing with methane gas leaks, the city would have sold the property as is. So when a stakeholder like Winston-Salem State speaks, the powers that be listen. As it relates to the church has a community garden which has been operating for the last 9 years. We started with 4 raised beds, but we now have 14 raised beds. And we provide fresh vegetables to our community and those in our church. I have harvested hundreds of pounds of produce, cucumbers, tomatoes, squash, okras, and string beans this season. And I say I have. I'm a city boy. I was born in Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, but they made me a farmer. And when we started out, I had a whole lot of hands on deck. But over time, those hands had thinned out. So we work to ensure that the folk in our community can get fresh vegetables.
Might I add to the conversation also? With everything that's been said, let me add also knowing the ministry context. I don't think that it's been stated. So knowing where the resources are and who holds the power. So sometimes there has to be a shift in power. What we tend to do in Black communities is not show up a lot. And so I would love to see us show up more, even where I live. Let me put it in my context. We do have an old missile plant that's been closed for 30 years, so I can identify with this, what's going on environmentally. And so I've been pushing the issue myself and have pushed it quite a bit and will continue to push it. And doing my research, however, before I can really add to a movement, I have to research just a little bit more. There are monies available from federal entities for the removal of pollutants in water around the Western Electric plant. I've gotten students involved in making people aware of exactly what's going on. And this was all based upon an NC Policy Watch article that came out with very detailed descriptions of the pollutants in the Western Electric plant that has been closed. And so for me, the next step in my research would be to find out where the self-interests are. Of course, that's a part of organizing, and to also find out what clergy, what churches will be willing to step forward. If none, then the movement has to go on. And so sometimes we're a little slow as churches and clergy, but that doesn't mean that the issue stops. So people's lives are at stake. When I'm talking about starting a movement, I'm talking about we've got to move, and sometimes there's a sense of urgency. When we're talking about lives at stake, we've got to move in a timely manner so that we can affect change in a way that the quality of life of people will be improved immediately. And so where the Western Electric plant is in Alamance County, there's an 11-year difference. Just 4 miles up the road, there's an 11-year difference in life expectancy. So there's a life expectancy of less than almost a teenager's age for the Black and Brown community where the missile plant is located. So we've got to move. My thing now is to connect with some of the work that I'm doing with health equity that is now also connected with WIRA, which is the West End Revitalization Association in Mebane, that has been doing a lot of environmental work here in Alamance County, and also Hall River Assembly. So we don't want to reinvent the wheel, but what we want to do is to find persons who are willing to step up and step out and say, this is a cause worth fighting for. So that's what we're doing here. Also, I want to say that I commend Dr. or Pastor Covington for her work as well. It sounds like it's an extensive work in the community with community gardens and those type of things. When I'm looking at the context where I live, though, there's not many opportunities for the funding and the rolling up the sleeves to do the work for the community garden. There is one connected with the work that I have done with gun violence, and they have an actual community garden after about 3 years. So what I would like to see is that be replicated in other places in our county. However, we got to roll up our sleeves and get it done. That's just where I'm at. So I commend all of you on the panel for doing the work that you're doing.
And I thank you all for your responses. And when I consider what everyone has said concerning this particular question, Pastor Covington, you mentioned how nothing moves until the community moves, and that you all have been listening to your residents. Pastor Leach, you mentioned how you're a blue collar pastor. You have a particular theology. Dr. Hunter, presented resources for folks to consider. And even Reverend Van Hook just mentioned that people need to show up more and persons need to be willing to step up and step out. Well, we're all ministers, right? And so I wonder how you all would respond, being that you've said what you've said, to that person who says, you're talking about activism and showing up and doing all these things, but what about the view, preacher, that God is going to take care of us? We need to just pray. What about those in the community who say, we can just really sit here because the Lord is going to show up. So in everything that you said, preacher, I just believe that God is going to take care of it.
The harvest is plenteous, but the labors are few. And so in order for us to harvest justice, we're going to have to put our hands to the plow. That's just the way it is. I commend Pastor Leach as well for the work that he's doing, and our other panelists. We've got to come out of our comfort zone, and we've got to say, well, God, these are the hands that you have given me to do this work. This is the mouth you've given me to speak, to make public comments before City Council, before the county commissioners, before Soil and Water. And I'm going to use what you've given me to affect change. So God uses us in order to make that change happen. It doesn't just fall out of the sky.
Absolutely. I do concur again with you, Reverend Van Hook. My initial sermon was from the text out of John chapter 13, where Jesus washes his disciples' feet. And I believe in leadership that leads by example. And so there is that we are going to pray, because that is where we're going to certainly receive all of the knowledge, the understanding, and certainly to renew ourselves in that time of prayer. But in order to get something done, we have to lead by example. And we don't have to know everything, but we need to know what it is to roll up our sleeves, to take off the heels for those of us who wear heels, and to put on the tennis shoes or the sandals, and to get to work, to walk around in the community. My church is located in the central part of a community in need, a Black and Brown community. And I have already engaged our constituents and our membership in saying, listen, if we want something to happen, we're going to have to go to our community members. And certainly when we established we had a community day, I led by example with the members to say, come on, we are knocking on doors. I not only do this in my professional world, I do this even in the church. And so we have to be able to lead by examples, and that if that means we have to wash the feet of the servants, then we will do just that.
I love what both Reverend Van Hook said and what Pastor Covington said. Alongside of what you said, I think that all of it we have to teach the people of faith and in the community to learn about how we should solve these issues. Education is key, and education is also empowering the congregate to know that they do have an active part in this. We can say that we're the salt of the earth, but salt does what it does, it preserves. And we have to help people understand that what we do in our faith does preserve the earth. We also have to hold our representatives accountable. We vote these people into office. We have to make sure that they are doing what they promised that they would do in our community. There again, we as leaders of faith have to ensure that we help our congregation know that they should play an active role in the voting participation as well. So if we vote them in, we have to hold them accountable. Another thing is we should teach our congregations that they should stay informed of all of the environmental issues that plagues those communities. And then, and I love this one, we should use the power of boycott. Traditionally held African American communities, they stopped putting dollars out when something was going wrong. We need to get back to that. If companies are coming into our neighborhoods and doing things that work against our people of our communities, we need to stop putting dollars into that. So we need to withhold our dollars and force them out because they continue to force their way in. So I think that we need to do the boycott, and we need to hold those companies responsible. They need to publish their environmental practices so that we can read them. We need to get back to the business of reading. And when we get back to the business of reading, we would already know what environmental practices certain companies and corporations will come into our communities with. So it goes back to empowering the people, informing the people, and then that would, like you said, we can all put our tennis shoes on and strengthen our hands and be stirred in the spirit to get the work of the kingdom done, because a lot of people separate this work from kingdom work, but we are still the salt of the earth.
I certainly agree with the other panelists but James said faith without works is dead. And so we can pray about it, but then we have to be about it. We have to be willing to do the work and to engage those who we are out there fighting for. One thing I learned in the military, if you won't fight for yourself, or if you won't stand up for yourself, you are not going to stand up for anyone else. And so prayer, yes, it works, but so does engaging our elected officials, writing letters, addressing the issue. I recently wrote a letter a few months ago to the members of the Forsyth County Commissioner. One of my colleagues said they thought it was too inflammatory, but we gotta tell it like it is and speak in no uncertain terms. I did not cuss. I do have a colleague who had a reputation for being a cussing preacher. He would go to the city council meetings and he would use some choice words. He was in Atlanta. He said he was not able to keep the giant from moving around the city, but he made sure the giant watched where he stepped. The communities that he was speaking on behalf of, if you ever go to Atlanta, where their stadium used to be a Black community. So we have to be the voices and speak on behalf. And sometimes we stand alone, but we have to be willing to stand alone and speak in no uncertain terms to those who can impact and who can make impacts in our community just by a policy decision.
Thank you. Thank you all for responding, because it was Frederick Douglass who said, I prayed for freedom for 20 years, but received no answer until I prayed with my legs. So may we listen to these great ministers and what they are saying. And I know that there are questions in the chat area and comments, and we're so grateful that you all are continuing to be engaged, because we're going to shift a little bit to talking about really health disparities. So thank you all. And someone is interested in knowing, wondering how they find out about these environmental issues if they're outside of the faith community. I think by this point, you've heard how so many of these pastors and ministers are working even outside of churches and even outside of particular faith communities, because we want to be sure that we are thinking about all people from all walks of life. So these persons are not limited to serving, just in a Christian environment or just in there are people without faith. They need clean water too. There are people without faith. They are marginalized and pushed to the edge of society. So please continue to stay connected with North Carolina Black Alliance. You've heard so much so far. Just stick with us, because we are all dedicated humans wanting to provide services and information to other humans. So let us just know that if you're connected now, just stay connected. All right. So just shifting, health fairs, we know, are very vital, right, in the community. Some of us even participated in a health fair on the 30th. Pastor Leach, I know that you allowed even this organization to come even to Morning Star. And so we're so grateful for those health fairs. And so again, we're going to shift a little bit. I want to ask you all about your experiences now regarding issues with health disparities in the Black community. And you can expound upon this in the way that you choose. Would you please just speak to health disparities in Black and Brown communities?
I'll go ahead and speak to that question, and I'm eager to answer because I have had this opportunity of really engaging the community that surrounds the issue around the Weaver fertilizer plant in the North Ward of Winston-Salem, North Carolina, Forsyth County. And so in part of us mobilizing the residents in that locale, we have sat down and interviewed, spoken with them to certainly help them facilitate an avenue for them to find relief with some of their concerns. And the overarching disparities that have evolved are not uncommon to us. We have heard them before, and it's always surprising to me that we always revisit the same answers, the same disparities, when we know that there is certainly a flood of funding right now that supports bridging the gap for these disparities. And those top three disparities, they still remain as the quality of healthcare and what Black and Brown communities receive. Why are we still in this space? I do not understand, but it is the quality, what they're able to receive, the resources that are lacking. And then there is this part about the accessibility in of itself. And that does not just resolve in transportation, although that is a big proponent to it, but it's them being able to have access to what is quality in healthcare. And then to the third one, of course, there is this piece about information and education. There is not enough information that educates residents specifically on needs that pertain to their respective communities. Everything is generalized and it's bullet pointed, and it really does not speak in detail to confirm or to affirm any of the concerns that arise out of under-resourced communities. Sadly, they are the Black and Brown community. And so, as I stated before, they are the same disparities that we have seen listed, that we have seen statistically evaluated, but yet we are here again, and this is where we still remain in these disparities. We're not receiving the quality of healthcare, meaning that there is an issue of equity. We seem to be using that word a lot these days, but we're still seeing an issue of equity. Then the accessibility, being able to obtain it, receive it, or even make our way to it is still a disparity, and there is a gap in that process. And then, of course, information. Why are we not providing necessary information to our communities relative to the health concerns that have already been evolving and we are very clear and know about for our communities? Our residents have told us that they feel undervalued and they feel disrespected when they go to see the doctor, and all they have with the doctor is 15 minutes. No explanation as to why certain prescription is given to them. And the side effects, of course, are not considered in way of how they may maintain in way of health. So those are those top three disparities that I particularly have heard and listened to most recently of the community that is certainly dealing with this concern around a hazardous environment because of the Weaver plant fire in January of 2022.
I would like to say that when that explosion did take place, our church responded financially in support of the families who were affected by that fire. And we continue to respond when there's an earthquake in Haiti or there's a flood in Louisiana, wherever it is. We do not just pray. We send resources. While serving at First Baptist Church in High Point, the congregation was made up largely of elderly members. I'm a listener, and I listen to the life stories of women and men who lived through Jim Crow. The late Deacon Rodney Delaware Tucker, a graduate of Elizabeth City State University. He was a math teacher, a science teacher, a bus driver, and a coach. His daughter had sickle cell anemia, and his daughter had a crisis, and he took her to Wake Forest Baptist Hospital, but they were turned away. Many of the elders I serve today still avoid going to Wake Forest because of its history. A family member who attends my church had a brother who contracted COVID-19, and when I heard the county he was in, I was concerned. When the family informed me that he was going to be transferred to Winston-Salem, I felt a little bit better, but he never was. And the young man died from COVID. When you serve in an impoverished community, it goes without saying that most of those who live in that community don't have any health insurance. As a result, the church is often called on to go above and beyond the call of duty. I'm fortunate to be married to a person who is passionate about dealing with matters of health. She has a master's degree in exercise science, and she organized the health promotion ministry at the church, Dr. Charlotte Leach. We started to focus on health disparities within the church, and then we moved to focus outside the church. We have partnered with Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center, Novant Medical Center, Winston-Salem State Department of Health to provide health resources to those who do not have health insurance. For several months, the Wake Forest Medical Center mobile health unit rendered services from our parking lot to those without insurance. My wife currently serves as a community faith health worker for Wake Forest Baptist Medical Center, and her responsibilities is to connect persons in the community with needed resources and support. She has, for me, been a go-to person. Now, the church has a benevolence fund, which responds to things like food needs, bills, rent, etc. And Dr. Leach, Charlotte Leach, often helps with additional support for families and persons in need.
I'd like to say for our county, Alamance County, the statement that I made about Western Electric and the 4-mile difference in the life expectancy, which is 11 years, is found in the Community Health Assessment, Community Health Improvement Plan for, I believe, 2018. So we're working on that now. In my work with that group of persons, we started a health equity collaborative, and that has a racial justice lens. And so we have monies available for persons who are involved in this work to take racial equity or racial justice training. And so we use that lens in order to address issues in Black and Brown communities with health disparities and health injustices. And so I would advise persons who want to do that work to look at those community health improvement plans and health assessments for their county to get the data and start with the research. What's going on with your health department? What is the health department doing? And find out where the needs are. I've heard that before, going to the people and listening and hearing what people say that their needs are as far as health goes. We can make assumptions, but always go back to the context. What is the context? What are the people saying? What are the stories? And then there can be organization around that to meet those needs for health disparities. So we talk about things such as Black maternal health here. And we have things in place with healthy mothers, healthy babies, those type of things here that I'm involved in, have been involved in for a few years, but there are not many other clergy involved in these types of work here. My thing is to bring it to clergy in the near future to say, here is where there's some work that needs to be done. And how can your faith connect with this work? Is this something that you feel called to do, which I do feel called to do? And I can understand when a person does not feel called to do this work, because it's hard work. It's hard work. It takes a lot out of us. And maybe that's why sometimes people don't want to do it. However, it has to be done. And so, yeah, start with what your county is doing and move from there.
That's right.
And you all have shared so many powerful things. People are asking, if this is going to be distributed. They're saying that this is a lot to take in, in a way of they're appreciating it. Someone is even saying that this faith portion is quite enlightening and uplifting, and talking about getting people to the polls in November. So, that's leading us into really talking about, after making these observations, really what modes of action can be taken to improve conditions related to these particular issues. Do we, like Pastor Leach mentioned, have, he happens to have his wife, but we can't all have her, right? So when thinking about ministries and churches, who are those particular people? And I don't mean just churches, I mean the faith community, because that happens to be kind of like what we're highlighting now. But when thinking about, like you all mentioned, doctor treatment towards patients, someone in the chat even mentioned, says, like when Dr. Leach, when you were mentioning your particular person, they're saying it's like that down home where I'm from in Richmond County. Folks are afraid to use that hospital. So they drive all the way to Moore Regional Hospital in Pinehurst, North Carolina. So someone just mentioned small wins. So, I mean, when thinking about small wins, how can we win after we have identified, you know, that someone in the chat said that there are people like she doesn't feel safe as a Black woman, even having a child in the United States of America, because she's most likely to die in labor. So when we're listening to the voices of people who are even in this sacred space now,
Right.
I mean, what do you offer, you know, as a faith leader from that perspective? You do so much even beyond the church. We know that, but you're still a faith leader. So people are valuing what you're saying, even as a faith leader. So, I mean, how do we improve conditions related to these?
Dr. McCoy, one of the things that I'm consulting for 2 churches now. And I know that every church has resources within it. But then there are those churches who call in whole church consultants to come and help them establish such ministries and such auxiliaries and place people in leadership based on the demographics of their church. My thing now is that we need to get right understanding in churches. After I heard what Dr. Leach was saying, I understand that my work is most rewarding when churches do listen. Churches must listen to their parishioners, because there are those people who are called, as Reverend Van Hook was saying. I was making it a side, it was just a little side thing I did outside of teaching. But the more that I am in churches and the more that I see needs of people, you have to have the right organizations and the right auxiliaries established in your church. One of the things that I would love to see more of, and this is a disparity among Black and Brown, we need AIDS and HIV auxiliaries set up in churches. You do have to live to be saved. And we put extra emphasis on salvation, salvation, salvation. But what are we doing to ensure that people live so that they can receive salvation? Because they're dying and we must do something. We must establish the right auxiliaries. We must establish empowerment sessions, not just so that church people can come and get informed. We got enough people that's fat on the word. It's time to go to work. And we have to be the catalyst of change in the earth today. I just feel a strong sense of urgency to send out this PSA. If you can't put auxiliaries and boards and action plans together for your church, sometimes you have to bring people in, and that don't make you less faith-filled. That don't make you less spiritual. That makes you sensitive to the needs of your own congregation. And we have to come down off our high horses sometime and engage in kingdom. But we do have to be wise with doing that. And I just believe that we have to bring people in sometime. And sometimes your people have to hear another voice. It's all kingdom and it's all God. They have to live to be saved. And if we can't help them live, we can't help them be saved.
Can I also add?
Go ahead, Reverend Van Hook.
Can I also add real quick? I'm a community strategist with the Womanist Lens. And so when I do work here in Alamance County or throughout the state, or I'm involved in some national campaigns, I use a Black woman's experience in this nation, which is to say, we are both survivors and we are also ones who get the job done, right? Mm-hmm. And so, which means that we're not always, the victim. We're the victor as well, as I heard earlier. So know the resources that are available. Know where the funding is that's available for whichever issue you plan to address. But it will be good for churches to have maybe a list of resources in your community, whether you get it already done. And sometimes these things change. Find out where the gaps are in those resources. And that may be an issue that your church or faith community can address if you so choose. So we don't just do things just because it's the right thing to do. We must have a plan.
Absolutely.
When she was talking, Pastor Covington was talking about her initial sermon. Mine was about 1 Corinthians, the 3rd chapter. One plants, one waters, but God gives the increase. So we have a plan in order to get this work done. So we don't just say, oh, let's go do this or let's go do that without a plan. Let's be strategic about it.
Correct.
Absolutely. And I saw someone in the chat who wrote small wins, and I love that because I certainly agree with you, Dr. Hunter, that there are many gifts, many talents within the body of the church. However, human capital may not necessarily, particularly in this day and age, be available. And so it's important to understand that even in the context of where we are today, we have to utilize the very gifts that we have available to us in a strategic way, therefore, with the plan, as Reverend Van Hook mentioned. I do some work as well here in Forsyth County around maternal health. And one way we have engaged our women is to address where, of course, there are disparities, to rather address the spheres of influence. And in the spheres of influence, you have your politicians. In spheres of influence, you have institutions. In spheres of influence, you have organizations. In spheres of influence, you have neighborhoods, you have families, and then you have yourself. There are so many spheres of influence that have the capacity of aligning themselves with the goal in mind set by an individual or a group particularly, so that where there is lack of human capital, those gifts can come together to build, and we can certainly have those small wins. So in that perspective, the things that I certainly am able to accomplish are those small wins, because I look at our current situation, whether it's in the church, where we're still trying to consider whether we come fully to church, if we are there engaging at all times, because everyone is still kind of leery at wanting to be in church all the time. And then utilizing the skills of those that are present and allowing them to function in their gifts respectively, but also considering that if there's a disparity, a human capital disparity, then we need to certainly align ourselves with any of those spheres of influence who have the potential and the capacity, who have the funding, the wherewithal. And we need to push those buttons. We need to hold them accountable, where it has already been said here, to hold those individuals, politicians, even organizations, foundations that have the necessary resources to align with the respective disparities and needs of the underprivileged, the under-resourced, the marginalized, the disenfranchised communities. We have something that is great, and that is our voice. It's not simply at the voting polls, but each and every day to hold those persons accountable that are in those respective positions, that are positioned to be able to provide necessary resources, instructions, and educations to begin to do the work in a timely manner, not tomorrow, but today. But we have to use that voice and to let them know that we have need of their resources.
I would add that Dr. Martin Luther King said that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. Our voices matter, but also our bodies matter. And sometimes we have to be willing to sacrifice. A few years ago, during the Moral Monday movement led by Dr. William Barber, several of us from the community went to Raleigh and were arrested. And we were willing to be arrested because of the impact of the policies coming out of Raleigh upon people within our community. Right now, we're living in what seems like unprecedented times. We are polarized and living under the myth that America is a Christian nation. I contend that the only thing that America has worshiped without fail is capitalism. As a Christian, I'm on the battlefield for the Lord, but every now and then I get tired. You need a real united effort to make a difference. But I'm afraid that oftentimes what I find is something a colleague of mine said, we end up fighting in the barracks. But as a pastor, I've worked to cast a vision that embodies the ministry mandate and mission emphasis of Jesus, who said, when I was hungry, thirsty, a stranger, naked, sick, and in prison, you did something.
Thank you, Dr. Leach. And I think that so much of what's being shared in this space is showing what is actually happening. We know that there are some persons who don't have the capacity to support in various ways. We recognize that. We are aware that even in America, there are certain groups who are not willing, to give a hand up. We know, that in our country, there are faith communities who are not even involved in this type of work. But we're focusing on today on what we are able to do and what you are able to do as an individual responsibility. And for those who may have thought that there were faith communities who weren't active, we're seeing here that there are. And so then if you say that where you are, there are no churches doing it, then guess how many churches are represented, faith communities are represented here. There's a church represented here, Burlington, that's where Reverend Van Hook is. Winston-Salem, that's where Pastors Covington and Leach are. Dr. Hunter, Winston-Salem. Mount Peace, Raleigh is where I am. So then if you are in a faith community experience that you're complaining about a lot, maybe you need to take this information that's coming up out of Burlington and coming up out of Winston-Salem and Raleigh and all these other areas to know. And then someone is saying they're in Durham, okay? So you need to explore, you need to do your research and find out where faith communities are active. And if it's not happening where you are, if you are able to walk, you can go somewhere else. Because what I have discovered is that even some of the smallest of churches who are active, many people don't want to be members of that church. They want to be a member of the big church. All right. So just keep in mind that if you're complaining about what a church is not doing, and I'm not advocating that anyone leave their faith community, I'm just saying, have you evaluated?
That's right.
Because maybe that's what's happening right now. All right. So we're grateful that there are some things happening. So I want to move to really our final question, because as we're talking about what faith communities are doing, there are probably people who want to be engaged. Oh, guess what? There's absolutely someone who wants to be engaged. In the Q&A, Dr. Ann Hayes at Bennett College is saying to us, how can North Carolina colleges and universities partner with churches and environmental justice organizations to help and support the movement? So she is speaking out to say, this is what we can do. So we are not, nobody here, even in the chat, even as we're talking, what I love about this space is nobody this morning has complained. That's what's awesome. In the chat, everyone has been giving evaluations and information, and they want to see faith communities who are active continue to reach out. So here's an opportunity, faith community, to reach out. So Bennett College is ready to help. Look at that. Okay. So yes, Reverend Van Hook.
Give me a call. So my church has been a community partner with my alma mater, which is Elon University. And I've been a community partner through our local NAACP in building community, building coalitions, because that is what the emphasis here at, in fact, I'm on the campus of Elon University as I speak. And so, yes, I'm willing to help anyone who wants to build a coalition between faith community and a local campus. Just give me a shout out. We can get you my information if nobody else wants to provide that. Just to show you some things that have worked well for us here in Alamance County to get that work done.
Thank you so much. I'd like to add, get involved, get connected with the Ministers Conference of Winston-Salem and vicinity. Reverend Dr. Dennis Leach and I are part of this great organization. I am the president and Dr. Leach is the treasurer. And we actually, I believe he may remember the year when we provided a donation to Bennett College as well. And so we do some great work here in Winston-Salem and vicinity. And we certainly love to have the opportunity to partner and to do some great work in the environmental justice area as well as social justice overall.
Amen. Give me a call. I'm getting ready to put my number in the chat, because being in churches and consulting in churches, you always need more help. Nobody knows it all. And we know in part what the Bible told me. So if you know a part that I don't know and someone else know a part that they don't know, we can get the job done in parts. I'm going to put my number in the chat. Call me.
We certainly have to be open to partnering with like-minded organizations. And I would say that we have partnered with Winston-Salem State in writing letters that led to them receiving significant grants. When I was pastoring in High Point, every semester we would go to the campus of High Point University and meet with those who were coming on board, and they would actually send volunteers from that campus to be a part of our tutorial program. We had tutoring 4 days a week, twice at Montlou Elementary School, and also 2 days at the church. So I look at a college campus like an ex-military man would look at a college campus. That is a tremendous organization that has resources and personnel. And if you're gonna get anything done, you need resources and personnel. I tell folk, I learned in my last pastorate, you can have a vision, but if you don't have resources and personnel, that vision is gonna have to wait.
Thank you. Thank you all so very much. And to everyone attending, everyone in the chat, thank you for what you have said. You have really added to this conversation. And that's one of the things that I know I appreciate about Zoom, is being able to hear from great minds, even in the chat. And again, thank you all for really having a space where we can grow together. I think that this has been a time, like I mentioned before, no complaints, no criticism, but really a great session where great minds, the panelists and those in the chat, were able to exchange information. So I know that there was a question about how people will get this recording. I'm going to defer to LA and or the next person coming on to speak. But before we go, we have 3 minutes. So I would appreciate, and I'm sure that the listeners would, just an inspirational sentence or word, if you will, from each panelist to encourage us to continue to do this great work. And for those who may not be doing it yet, to strike that fire in them so that we might continue in this great work. If you would, starting with Pastor Covington, just final words.
You put me on the spot, Dr. Talika McCoy, but thank you so much for the opportunity of being here. A word of inspiration, I would just say, take the chance to walk this out by faith and see the reward come to you. It does take faith to be able to engage this work because you do not know what the end is going to be. But one thing that is true, one thing that is real, is that if you believe in a God who sits high, looks low, and is able to do all things, trust and know that if you just put one foot before the other, he will lead you to the right place. and to the right connections to get this work done so that we can all grow and we can develop in love.
Thank you. Reverend Van Hook.
There's a quote by Ella Baker, my predecessor from Shaw University Bears. Give people light and they will find the way. And so I offer light to you today. There's a lot that has been said. And that's just a quote that resonates with me, to give people light, give you the information, and you connect with God and let God do the work through you.
Thank you. Dr. Leach.
I would say, let us not be weary in well-doing, for in due season we shall reap if we do not faint. I see ministry as a race, not a sprint, not a marathon, but a relay race. And each of us is tasked to run our leg of the race. And so when it depends on how well we run it, the person who succeeds us, we want to give them a good start.
Thank you, Dr. Leach. And Dr. Hunter.
Right. What I would say to end it all, I would say we must continue to speak up. Number one, if it threatens our planet. Number two, if it threatens our security. Number three, if it threatens the health of our families. Number four, if it threatens the fate of our communities throughout the world, we must continue to speak up. Then I would say citizens have to engage themselves in policy and environmental injustices that impacts not only you, but we have to go ahead and do this work to recover all of the communities that have already been impacted. So you have to think about not just yourselves, but you have to think about persons that needs recovery from their impact as well. Let's get it done. We have a God to answer to. Let's get it done.
Thank you so much for each of your words of wisdom. I have been informed that this summit the recordings will be available via YouTube. If you would, please subscribe to the YouTube. All right, please subscribe. But again, thank you so much. Thank you all for joining, and we hope that you will subscribe to the YouTube channel, and we're grateful to our panelists again. Everyone, thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Riveting and deeply thoughtful panel with faith leaders, giving us the charge ahead of the responsibility of faith institutions, churches, and community, and how we can, again, follow the historic pathway to fight for the justice we envision in environmental justice and access to healthcare. Many folks, I hope, are aware with the North Carolina Black Alliance, but really want to do a grounding as we go into our inaugural Environmental Justice and Healthcare Awards luncheon. A part of our commitment and issue statements are environmental justice, which is why we determined as a team and in partnership with community members to launch today's inaugural summit.
Hey everyone, my name's Harrison Wallace. I am a program officer, which is, I'll get into a little bit more what that role is, but someone who handles grant making for an organization called the Climate and Clean Energy Equity Fund. I am really happy to be here and get to speak with y'all for a bit about what we do as one of the sponsors of this event, and also just talking about the importance of Black-led work in the climate movement, and how we can keep this moving. So I'm not going to speak for long because there are plenty of other people that I know y'all are dying to hear. But again, I wanted to thank North Carolina Black Alliance for putting on this incredible summit, and also kind of grounding on the land that I stand on. I'm from state right north of Virginia. I grew up in Waynesboro, Virginia, which is occupied Monacan land, and then I was raised in Richmond, Virginia, which is where I live now with my wife Bria, on occupied Powhatan land. And I got into this work mainly through being a child of, a single mom who watched the news a lot, and saw some atrocities hitting my mature age and figuring out what I wanted to do with my life. One, when I was a little bit younger, seeing what happened with Hurricane Katrina in New Orleans and how that really put into perspective someone who's lived a pretty comfortable life, but understood kind of where our government saw folks who look like me, who look like a lot of people in this summit today, and also got me questioning how it could get to the point to where something like that could happen. And then the thing that got my professional career going was campaign of President Obama, which made me think that someone who looked like me and came from a single parent household could become president of the United States. So that led me in a life of climate activism through political activism, where I worked to get people elected, and the folks who were elected did not once got into the position of power, they did not do what they said they would do on climate, which pushed me to advocacy, as I'm sure it did for a lot of y'all, to get people to take action through legislation, and found that legislation did not do the things that we thought it would do once we got to the point of it getting signed. And that's what brought me to the Equity Fund, which is what I wanted to talk to y'all a little bit about. We are a fund, so we raise money in order to resource folks who are doing power building work that the Black Alliance is known for across 13 states. I manage our grants in the Southeast, so North Carolina, Georgia, and Florida. And, I'm really proud to say that, this fund has been able to raise millions of dollars for Black-led building, Black-led grassroots organizing, Black-led legislation being written. So this is all work that the Black Alliance has been doing for years, and has been able to, and in advance, has been able to push the connection between what a lot of people see as climate change as an environmental issue, as something that can be a threat, but it's not an immediate threat to Black communities, into what it truly is, which is an all-encompassing justice issue for health, for racial inequality, for housing justice. These are all connected to climate change and climate equity. And without folks who are actually living these issues and understanding the true impacts, being the ones in positions of power to make that change, then it's hard for us to really see it happening in our political institutions. So, the model that the Equity Fund is pushing is really groundbreaking in a lot of places, but in the South, and especially in North Carolina, I think we are just trying to lift up stuff that y'all have been doing for years as the birthplace of the environmental justice movement. And in this funding world that I'm in, and really the birthplace of a lot of great Black funding from folks from the Hive Center for Gender and Climate Justice to leading all sorts of other foundations. A lot of that work comes from organizers who cut their teeth in North Carolina. So I think that this summit, we are so happy to be able to be a sponsor of it, but most importantly, we're just so happy to know and get to lift up and celebrate the work of the Black Alliance. This is an incredible organization that's been doing this work for years, and I'm hoping that this summit is something that we'll all get to be a part of in person next year and celebrate hopefully some climate wins in the state of North Carolina. But most importantly, keep shaking these tables that, as I was growing up as an organizer, tried to be a part of, and soon realized that we just need to build our own. And that's what I see at the Alliance, at the Black and Brown Policy Network, and all the other connections that have come from this great group. So I hope y'all are able to stick around the whole time. I know I will, and really begin on the between climate justice and health justice, housing justice. So especially from that last panel, how all that connect to the great religious institutions that we built in the South that helped us win a lot on social justice. They can do the same to get us out of this mess that is climate change.
Reverend Donna Van Hook actually mentioned this funding during the previous panel. And so North Carolina has received and will receive the largest sum of funding ever in the history of our state due to the impact of COVID and federal relief dollars coming in. And so we made this determination, hey, let's work with partner organizations, let's work with the state, Department of Environmental Quality and Division of Water Infrastructure to inform our people that you can apply for this money, it's available, and let's also educate our people on what's in the water, lead, the impact of PFAS, these chemical contaminants, other things from coal ash, CAFOs, hog issues, poultry plants, all the like. There's so many different things, liquefied natural gas. And because of this webinar, we were informed that residents of Ivanhoe in Sampson County was able to successfully complete an application and was awarded $13 million to remediate and restore, guess what, water infrastructure, to make sure they're having access to clean water. Ivanhoe, a town of nearly 300 people, just successfully completed application and was awarded $13 million. And that is a testament to the work here that we've done in coalition with partners, but it's a testament of the support that we've received from funders like Climate and Equity Fund that makes not only the summit possible to be free for attendees, but also to make it possible for us to hold year-round environmental justice deep workshops and education so that it doesn't just stop at education. It also goes into activation and operation so that people are funded and receiving the money that is just ours, that is due to us and our communities, so that we can have thriving, healthy environments that also doesn't exacerbate diseases and illnesses that land us in the hospital. So again, Harrison Wallace is a program officer, thank you again, with the Climate and Clean Energy Equity Fund. He was formerly the Virginia director for the Chesapeake Climate Action Network, CCAN, where he led both lobbying and grassroots organizing campaigns focused on climate action in the southern coal state. Harrison Wallace is a lifelong Virginian, born in the Shenandoah Valley and then spending the rest of his childhood in Richmond. Harrison earned his Bachelor's of English degree from James Madison University, go Dukes. Harrison has previously served as the co-chair for the Virginia contingent of the 2017 People's Climate March and on the steering committee of the Virginia Environmental Justice Collaborative. He currently serves on the boards of the Virginia Civic Engagement Table, the Virginia Public Access Project, and the Community Climate Collaborative. Harrison is also a graduate and advisory board member of the Virginia Progressive Leadership Project. In his spare time, Harrison enjoys watching, playing basketball, reading on his porch, and hiking. So again, Harrison, thank you so much for your support, for your comments, for being here all day and being in community as an organizer at heart and organizer in practice. We just appreciate and honor you. And then also for folks who tune into the Faith and Empowerment panel, know that in our faith programmatic work here at the North Carolina Black Alliance, we are actually launching, as we did last year, environmental justice. Guess what? Trainings specifically for faith leaders and faith leadership across the state. So please stay tuned. Make sure you're registering with the North Carolina Black Alliance, that you can get on our list to ensure that you're receiving invitations and upcoming events for our environmental justice work and training support. We also have a mini grantee cohort by which we've been able to award environmental justice mini grants and healthcare mini grants to different community and statewide organizations across North Carolina, so that not only are we leading the work, we're supporting our partners that are doing incredible life-saving work across North Carolina to have a little bit of funding to go a long way to continue their working capacity. All right, so now we are going to be blessed again by the drum prophet, Eugene Taylor, who, if you were here at the top of the morning, you heard this incredible grounding ceremony that walked us through land acknowledgement and acknowledging the land. And if you heard the drums, again, it was by the drum prophet, Eugene Taylor. But let's hear a little bit more about who the drum prophet is. Eugene Taylor is an independent recording artist who has entertained audiences with his musical talent for over 20 years. Born and raised in Memphis, Tennessee, now lives in Wake Forest, North Carolina. He's increasingly becoming one of North Carolina's most sought after local performers. Eugene's soulful vocals combined with the rich of the African djembe drums does exactly in the hearts of those his music touches. Eugene also uses his talents and gifts in music to touch the lives of the patients he routinely transports at UNC. Staff, patients, and visitors at the hospital regularly request use of music and good cheer. Eugene taps out soothing rhythms on a small djembe drum, which he carries with him at the hospital. Anointed, healing, soothing, touching, genius are just a few of the ways patients, fans, and fellow artists have come to regard Eugene Taylor. Therefore, he's also been nicknamed the Wellness Ambassador by coworkers, family, and friends. The name just seems to fit, and other healthcare providers and health organizations have requested the Wellness Ambassador services. And we're so excited to have again with us to bless us during this awards luncheon, Eugene Taylor, the Drum Prophet.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Eugene Taylor, the Drum Prophet. I need you, you need me, we need each other. How much time do you have left? Do you know? How much time do you have left? Do you know? Know that I need you, you need me, we need each other. Respect, communication, have a better understanding. Be well, my friend, be well. Glad to visit for a spell. Be well, my friend, be well. A healing power in you dwell. Today my prayer with thee, I ask the Lord with me. May his love, healing grace surround you in this time and place. Come on. Still is hope. Be well, my friend. Be well. Glad to visit for a spell. Be well, my friend. Be well. A healing power in you dwell. Come on. Woo! Let angels gather near to cast aside your hurt and fears. Today you're alive and new, sweet and fresh like morning dew. Be well, my friend, be well. Glad to visit for a spell. Be well, my friend, be well. dwell. I saw someone I did not like. I don't know why. I picked a fight, then she smiled. Her heart took flight. She said, my friend, shake them bones tonight. Shake 'em, shake 'em, shake them bones. Shake 'em, shake 'em, shake them bones. Feel the love. Shake them bones. Thank the Lord above. Come on. I met a person with no smile, just plain mad at everyone in sight. I took a chance, I shared my heart. I said, my friend, why don't you shake them bones tonight. Come on. Shake 'em, shake 'em, shake them bones. Shake 'em, shake 'em, shake them bones. Feel the love. Shake them bones. Thank the Lord. Right where you are. Above. Come on. Woo. So glad to be here. Thank you for your love. I come to tell you, when the world spins out of control, when it all seems hopeless, when people are cold, why don't you take a chance, be the light, invite those around you to shake their bones, shake them bones tonight. Come on, come on. Shake 'em, shake 'em, shake them bones. Shake 'em, shake 'em, shake them bones. Feel the love. Shake them bones. When the sun rises this morning, make a joyous noise. Let love and mercy reign. Come on. Another day, another dollar. Society. Oh, I wanna holler. Come on. Thank you. Thank you, you and you. Come on. I need you. You need me. We need each other. Come on. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh. Thank you. Huh. Oh, 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 oh. Oh, 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 oh.
Taylor. I do want to note that at the top of our awards luncheon today, Harrison Wallace, the program officer for the Climate and Equity Fund, our key sponsor for today, has offered that if you have questions for him, please drop them in the chat, and we at North Carolina Black Alliance will ensure that your questions are received by Harrison and that you can get answers to your most burning questions. But again, drop it in the chat. And also I know folks were asking in the chat, will it be saved? Yes, we are actually going to create a resource, essentially a guide out of the chat. We're going to save it in all the links that have been dropped, the wealth of information that's been shared already in community. We're going to make sure to save the chat, create a resource document that will then be shared with all attendees. So just wanted to put that special note. So as you've already seen, the summit today, it may be unlike any other summit you've attended. I'm hoping that it is inspiring, uplifting, motivating, but also grounding in the history of the power and the legacy that we come from in the birthing of the environmental justice movement and the fight towards, again, healthy environments for our communities to, again, to live a whole, just life. And so when we're talking about the Environmental Justice and Healthcare Awards luncheon, it is now the time of the agenda today. Look, I've enjoyed the whole day, but this here is a very special moment where we get to celebrate, honor, and elevate the legends, the legacy makers that we have been talking about throughout the entire day. This is the moment. This is the time. And so our first awardee, the Environmental Justice Trailblazer Award, has been awarded to Miss Dolly Burwell. Dolly B. Burwell was born, raised, and attended public schools in Vance County, North Carolina. In 1982, Dolly led her community in a protest against the state of North Carolina and what the Washington Post called the greatest civil rights movement since the 1960s. Arrested and jailed 5 times and spent nights in jail when she blocked trucks carrying PCB-laced soil that was to be put in a dump in her community by lying down in front of the trucks. This was the beginning of the environmental justice movement. Stories of her life and work have been published in several books, including Crazy for Democracy, Women and Grassroots Movements by Timma Kaplan, The Politics of Motherhood, Activist Voices from the Left to Right, Alexis Jeter and Annalise Orlick and Diana Taylor, and Women Reshaping Human Rights, How Extraordinary Activists Are Changing the World by Marguerite Guzman Bouvard, and many other documentaries, TV shows, and newspapers, including The O'Brien Show and The Washington Post. She served as chair of the joint Warren County State PCB Landfill Working Group, a task force that worked to secure more than $25 million from the state of North Carolina to detoxify the Warren County PCB landfill, which was successfully completed in 2004. And so we call her the mother of the environmental justice movement. While there are many mothers of many movements, we hail as the birthing place of environmental justice movement being in North Carolina, the mother by which that movement was birthed, and the term and the word that we use today in policy, and the name of the summit today was birthed by Ms. Dolly Burwell in concert with the leaders and activists that we know and that we are also honoring today in space. Again, congratulations to Ms. Dolly Burwell. And I want to read her acceptance. So I'm reading this on behalf of Elder Dolly Burwell. Thank you so much for this wonderful news. I'd like to thank the North Carolina Black Alliance Board of Directors and Selection Committee for considering me for this special honor and recognition in my home state of North Carolina. So for our next awardee, I want it to really sink for folks. I got chills as I was reading it. Oftentimes we don't see in the media that there was $25 million that was awarded, but that it was the local leaders, the community activists that actually followed the process, not only started the protest, but then followed the process to receive awards and what we needed as settlements as a community, as a people, in order to remediate again and address that PCB contamination. I just want to ground that. Next, for our Environmental Justice Trailblazer Award, awardee, Ms. Naima Muhammad. Ms. Naima Muhammad is a senior advisor of the North Carolina Environmental Justice Network. The network promotes health and environmental equality for all people of North Carolina through community action for clean industry, safe workplaces, and fair access to all human and natural resources. Naima has worked tirelessly to hold the hog industry accountable for the pollution it produces that disproportionately impacts the lives of African Americans living in rural North Carolina counties. Presenting the Environmental Justice Trailblazer Award to Elder Ms. Naima Muhammad, giving honor to you. Our next awardee for the Environmental Justice Trailblazer, none other than Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. Dr. Chavis is an African-American civil rights movement 64-year veteran leader and icon. He is an author, chemist, United Church of Christ ordained minister, and PBS TV executive producer of the Chavis Chronicles. He is currently president and CEO of the National Newspaper Publishers Association. He also chairs the National Association for Equal Opportunity in Higher Education. We Are Digital and the Energy Action Alliance. At the request of his longtime friend, Nelson Mandela, Dr. Chavis co-founded Diamonds Do Good. In 1982, he was the first person to coin the term environmental racism during civil rights protests of racial and environmental injustice in Warren County, North Carolina. In 1993, Dr. Chavis was the youngest person to be elected as executive director and CEO of the NAACP. He was featured in the movie Belly alongside Nas and DMX. As a teen, he worked side by side with Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. as youth coordinator for the Southern Christian Leadership Conference. Dr. Chavis has earned undergraduate and graduate degrees from the University of North Carolina, Duke University, and Howard University, and is a proud member of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. Again, our award, Environmental Justice Trailblazer Award to Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. So that completes our individual awards. And for our last two Environmental Justice Awards, we'd like to recognize two groups before we go to our Healthcare Awards. Our first group, the Environmental Justice Legacy Pioneer Award, goes to Warren County Environmental Action Team. The Warren County Environmental Action Team, or EAT, is a network of organizations and individuals working together to record, celebrate, and share Warren County's environmental justice legacy, natural resources, and diverse culture. Led by Reverend Bill Kearney, the EAT shares news, resources, and events on its Facebook page. On September 17th through 18th, this year, they will be commemorating the 40th anniversary of the Warren County PCB protests, the birth of the environmental justice movement at the Coley Springs Missionary Baptist Church in Warrenton, North Carolina. The EAT engages with other community leaders on various initiatives, including offering environmental justice-focused tours of Warren County, supporting local farms and community gardens, connecting Warren County with ongoing environmental justice movements, and building community among residents and grassroots organizers in Warren County. Again, the Environmental Justice Legacy Pioneer Award to EAT. And I'd like to read the acceptance on behalf of Reverend Bill Kearney of the Warren County Environmental Action Team. He says, on behalf of the Warren County Environmental Action Team, I humbly received the 2022 Environmental Justice Legacy Award. As you know, Warren County Environmental Action Team is a network of individuals, organizations, and communities working together, documenting, sharing, and building on Warren County's rich history and legacies, telling our story, building our future about how we birthed the environmental justice movement. We appreciate all the recognition and support we are receiving from our partners and allies. The Warren County Environmental Action Team is looking forward to building an own old and new relationships as we reimagine Warren County's future. I'm a firm believer, what man meant for harm, God meant for our good. Again, thank you and congratulations to the Warren County EAT team. For our last group award for the environmental justice category, the Environmental Justice Hero Award has been awarded to Democracy Green. Democracy Green is a 501c3 nonprofit organization founded in 2018 in response to the devastation caused by Hurricane Florence in an effort to connect frontline communities with immediate rapid response, rapid relief, mutual aid, voter education for displaced voters, and the building of long-term political power in the wake of disasters. Democracy Green is an environmental justice and democracy organization, one of the first in the state to build its mission around the intentional coupling and intersection of the two. It was created and is run by Native North Carolinians of color to address the systemic impacts of pollution on disenfranchised communities across North Carolina and look more closely at the pro-democracy reforms that influence the operations and accountability of dirty corporations. The communities they serve have experienced the damage caused by PCBs, CAFOs, wood pellets, coal ash, lead, radon, Gen X, and PFAS, just to name a few. Democracy Green is committed to holding dirty corporations responsible for the pollution it creates. Democracy Green believes that to heal the people is to heal the land. There is no democracy without environmental justice. The two cannot be disentangled. Democracy Green lives at the intersection of democracy and environmental justice. Democracy Green focuses on the reformation of our democracy through the 4 justices: environmental and climate, land and food, economic and political. Those are the 4. Again, congratulations to our groups, and congratulations to Democracy Green for the Environmental Justice Hero Award. And now we'll be able to view some of our awardees in their own comments via video.
Greetings, everyone. I'm Sonia Whittington, and I serve as the Executive Director for Democracy Green. At Democracy Green, we believe that to heal the people is to heal the land. There is no democracy without environmental justice. The two cannot be disentangled. Democracy Green lives at the intersection of democracy and environmental justice. Therefore, Democracy Green is humbled and honored to look back and draw from the legacy that is Afton in Warren County, North Carolina, the birthplace of what is now known as the environmental justice movement. We are humble, honored, and encouraged as we are inspired by the tenacity and fierceness of what Democracy Green hails as the mother of this movement, Ms. Dolly Burwell, and the father of this movement, Dr. Reverend Benjamin Chavis, and our ambassador, Walter Fauntleroy, and the countless other Afton community members that fought to elevate the oppression of Blacks as well as Brown, Indigenous, and tribal people in not only North Carolina, but all across this nation and beyond. On behalf of Democracy Green's incredible staff of fellows, volunteers, and a dedicated active working board, we want to say thank you, North Carolina Black Alliance.
Greetings. I'm Dr. Benjamin F. Chavis Jr. I am very honored and with a lot of respect and a lot of gratitude to accept this Trailblazer Award from the North Carolina Black Alliance. Your Environmental Injustice and Healthcare Summit is so important this year in 2022, not only in the state of North Carolina, but across these United States and throughout the world. There's an outcry. There's a movement building for environmental justice as people of color communities throughout the world know that they're exposed to hazards, they're exposed to toxins, they're exposed to not good water, not good air to breathe. And yet, also in the context of climate change, we find all these contradictions. The good news is there's a grassroots movement that's built into a national movement, that's built into an international movement. And what started in my favorite county of Warren County, North Carolina, some 40 years ago, with the beginning of the environmental justice movement, has grown to a global movement where the demands of millions of people are not only being heard, but there are changes in public policy, there are changes in the social condition and the quality of life for many people. So this is a great time. I'm so proud of the North Carolina Black Alliance, and I salute you for having this very important Environmental Injustice and Healthcare Summit. To receive the 2022 Environmental Justice Trailblazer Award is a deep honor. I accept this award on behalf of my brothers and sisters who 40 years ago, men, women, and children who laid down in front of trucks to stop toxic waste being put in Warren County. They gave birth to the movement. I was arrested back then along with more than 500 people in Warren County. But out of our arrest and out of our struggle, we won the victory of starting and igniting a global movement. So once again, thank you for this noteworthy award, And may God continue to bless our movement for freedom, justice, equality, equity, and environmental justice.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Karita Giddings, and I serve as the Access to Healthcare Program Coordinator for the North Carolina Black Alliance. At this time, I would like to recognize the recipients of our healthcare awards. Joanna Greer McEachin is the Executive Director of the Asheville Buncombe Institute of Parity Achievement, also known as ABIPA, and has been with the organization since 2008. She enjoys seeing her team and community grow and thrive, transforming dreams into reality. Joanna hosted one of 7 health fair sites for our inaugural Rooted in Wellness statewide health fair event, where she brought together local healthcare champions to provide access to health resources for local community members. We have named Joanna our 2022 Healthcare Trailblazer recipient for her servant leadership, commitment to promoting a culture of health, and for being a dynamic partner and working with us to host a health fair in the Western region of North Carolina. Congratulations to our healthcare trailblazer, Ms. Joanna Greer McEachin. Our second healthcare recipient is Bluestone Missionary Baptist Church, who was one of 7 organizations to host a health fair during our inaugural Rooted in Wellness statewide health fair event. The spiritual foundation of Bluestone was set during the 1870s when several Christian pioneers from Mount Lebanon Baptist Church in Virginia began conducting prayer meetings in various homes across the river in North Carolina. It was during one of these meetings that the idea of a church was born. Reverend Kamar is the 9th pastor of Bluestone Missionary Baptist Church and demonstrates a commitment to serving his community through Black faith leadership. During our inaugural event, Reverend Kamar and his team coordinated a day filled with essential health screenings, fresh produce from local farmers, and other local community resources. They also had the highest participation rate amongst our 7 health fair sites. We are grateful to have Bluestone as a partner in bringing our communities closer to accessing healthcare resources and being rooted in wellness. Congratulations to our healthcare hero, Bluestone Missionary Baptist Church.
Congratulations again to our Environmental Justice and Healthcare awardees. So as we're moving out of our Environmental Justice and Healthcare awardees portion of the luncheon, I know that this morning, if you were tuned in, you had the opportunity to hear the powerful remarks and legendary story recounted by President Shauna Williams. Well, I had the esteemed honor of sitting with President Williams, asking everyone's most important questions and learning more from President Williams of the power that resides at communities and the power of our vote to affect positive change in environmental, health, and human rights, because the power of protest is in our hands, our legacy, and our vote. So stay tuned. Okay, so thank you, President Williams, for being with us for our inaugural Grounded in Justice, Rooted in Wellness, North Carolina Black Alliance Environmental Justice and Healthcare Summit. That's a full word, full mouthful. I'm trying to get it out.
I'm glad you had to say it and not me. You are most welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you so much. And so for folks who are tuning in, my name is Lamisha Whittington, or as LA, as many folks know me, and I serve as the Deputy Director of Programs with the North Carolina Black Alliance. I serve with an incredible team of folks who have made today possible. So thank you all for tuning in and listening, and definitely, with Q&A, if you have any questions that we don't cover in this conversation, please feel free to drop them in the chat or email them us directly, and we'll make sure to get them to President Shauna Williams. So back to our conversation, Q&A. And so President Williams serves as the president of the board for the Warren County Community Center here in the historic Warren County. And so as you heard, hopefully in President Williams' opening remarks was just the many prolific elements of her journey and just the expertise, the history, the rich power and the narrative that she has shaped around this community and many other communities around the nation. And so again, President Williams, thank you for, the honor of, on the 40th anniversary, we'll talk about that in a little bit, the 40th anniversary of the environmental justice movement, housing us in our conversation here for today. So speaking of the 40th, if we can give recognition to the history, tell us a little bit more about the room that we're actually having our conversation in today.
When the people got together and decided that they needed to have a community center, they decided to build a building. And it's evident to us from reading the history, and we've got documented history that has been written down, that education was very important. School teachers were involved. In fact, the first countywide PTA grew out of organizing the Warren County Community Center. And so this is our library. It's been pared down because we had a lot of duplicate and triplicate books. But we still have like an old card catalog. We still have an old manual typewriter. We have a film player. So there's all kinds of wonderful artifacts in here, as well as these are first edition books.
Wow.
And so, and many of them written by Black people, which is really fun too. So this room is full of all kinds of history. We have books that have been handwritten. Who gave what in terms of the books that are in here? Who gave what in terms of money? You know, $1 here, $2 there. And then we've got financial records. I mean, it's wonderful. We did have a flood many, many, many years ago, but so we've lost a lot, but we've retained a lot as well. So the library is a very, very important part and has been from the very beginning. And one of the recent things we learned is that the late actor Earl Hyman was a child coming back. He was born here in Warren County, but his family moved to New York. So he came back from Brooklyn one summer and wanted to read a book. His folks brought him to the library. He comes in here and it says to the librarian, "I want the biggest book you have," because he thought the bigger the book, the more knowledge he could gain. So she says, "Well, I believe that would be a book about William Shakespeare." And he says, "Well, okay, I'd like to have that book." He says it was the biggest book he'd ever seen, but he took it home. When his parents would tell him, like, time out, go upstairs and be quiet, he would pull out this book and he said, "I've got Shakespeare." And then the rest of the story is the man goes on, this influenced his decision to become an actor. He said, "Because I knew Shakespeare was written to be acted." And so he becomes an actor. He, I believe, had acted in something like 9 Shakespearean plays. I mean, just incredible. Started right here in this room. Oh, and the other thing that we had, so at first we built the library, and I understand there was a place in the back, people would come and donate books. Well, the other thing, after a number of years of having the physical space, we got a bookmobile. So they would take books into the community, and just like a library, you could borrow them for 2 weeks, and then they would come back 2 weeks later, pick them up, you could borrow another one. And so the folks, so they had a librarian, they had a bookmobile driver. These folks had it going on. And so education wouldn't suffer. And then I've also learned that people like Langston Hughes, Arna Bontemps, at the invitation of one of the school people, Black, of course, school people, they came and spoke here in the Warren County Community Center. So we've had very famous people in this building, and here we are.
Well, I am honored that we get to interview another famous person. So thank you. And so just what really resonates with me is just the power of community. When you're saying to me there's first edition books here and written by Black authors, and the fact that we're not hearing that in national media landscape, just the value and honor of the richness that's held within a rural community in North Carolina, not just any rural community. Again, we'll get to the history of Warren County, as we've heard in your speech, the importance of the environmental justice movement, but to think about additional rich history that has added to many other movements, right? It's all intersectional. When you hear authors, when you hear what you're saying, acting and actually being able to study the arts, just the immersion of Black excellence is what I've sensed, but also hear from your comments. And so just thinking about Black excellence, as president of the board, tell us a little bit more about your responsibilities and what's going on with the Warren County Community Center.
Well, Warren County Community Center, as you know, has been in existence for 80-some years. It sounds like there was a little bit of a lull, probably maybe the 60s after the flood. And just, people die, they get sick, they move on. So in 2008, my husband and I were asked to join the board because they had lost a number of members. It's supposed to be a 15-person board. And we were delighted to be able to join the board. we feel like we are the keepers of this little jewel. And I tell people all the time, back when this building was created, and I believe for many, many years, this was a secret. They didn't brag about what they did. They didn't brag about having this building. This was the only place for Black people to go. If you had any kind of function, party, wedding, whatever, they came to the community center. If you had to go to the bathroom, you came to the community center. If a farmer went downtown, wanted to go downtown to do business and he'd been out in the fields farming, he would come here downstairs and take a shower and put on another set of clothes and go into town to look presentable.
Wow.
So, and you know, you talk about, it's so many people who were involved in education, like Gillis Cheek, who was the first board president. He was a principal of schools here. So education was always very important, and I think they inspired us to do better. So we try to get the word about the Warren County Community Center out there. We're trying to get on the National Register of Historic Places. We have a program called Race to the Top A's Fund, inspired by my husband, who was a school teacher for 33 years. We enroll 15 children per high school. We have 3 high schools in Warren County. They have to apply for the program. If they get no grade below a C, if they have good behavior and good attendance, no suspensions, we will give them $5 for each A they make on their report card. And if they need tutoring, one of the things I'm really proud of, again, my husband's suggestion, because if a child helps tutor another one, they usually get better results than adults do. And so we've managed to do a tutoring program using the A students in the program with the D students in the program to help them. And so that's been very rewarding. We have 2 fundraisers a year. One of them is a Black History program, where I feel like if you're gonna give us some money, we're gonna give you some information. And of course it ends up that we give us some of the history, we have music, we have spoken word, and we try to involve children from the A's Fund program. Also part of the A's Fund, like you'll see pictures up there, we took them to a trip to DC to the Black History Museum there. We took them to a baseball game one year, not far from here. First time most of them had gone. We've been invited to the North Carolina Museum of History, so that'll be another trip down the road for us to take. But we want the young people to get involved and see the community center, and you'd be surprised how many of their parents come in here and say, I've never been inside.
Wow.
And so, you know, long term, we're looking to make a museum. We're looking to hire staff so that we're looking for grant money, but hire staff so that we can have the building open and let people come in and see it. We started having open houses a number of years ago so that we could be open a few times a year. And those have been very successful. But now that we're in the middle of this major rehabilitation of the building, we're gonna have a grand reopening and let people come in to see what we've done. So we're just starting it, but I'm excited that it's happening, because it's been a long time coming. Because if you look like us in this town, while there are people who will get grant money for people who don't look like us, they never seem to be able to get us the grant money. But thank God, I have finally made the right connections with people. So we got the first grant from this big grant. I mean, we've gotten other grants from the county, like our bathroom out there has been renovated with money from our own local county. But this is the big, we needed a big grant to try to do as much as possible. And so we're gonna keep looking for more money. We're gonna keep working with the new people that we've met who've been advising us and telling us, they're like, well, you need to hire staff, because now nonprofits shouldn't just be volunteer boards.
That's right.
And they're right. And there's only one of me.
Right.
And so, you know, we can hire an executive director, a library curator, so people can come in and see what we've got, or a museum curator, not a librarian, but come see this rich history, because there is so much of it that you can't even see just walking around it.
Right.
You know, we got rooms downstairs, we've got meeting rooms, so we still have a lot of work to do, but it's exciting, because I feel like finally, since 2008, I mean, that's a long time, but we're getting there.
And you're a legacy keeper. I heard you use the word keeper, right? And that's a word that really resonates with me, because I feel oftentimes in our communities we have keepers, and they're not always seen, and sometimes they're behind the scenes, but they hold everything together, and they continue the legacy of what has been started. And it's just, to me, just hearing your speech and hearing in this moment how you're explaining all the roles that you hold in community, right? Alongside your husband, alongside the leaders, former board, what's powerful to me is you coming here to report what happened and to elevate the narrative in the media, what was dumped in this community, a chemical contaminant. You are in this generation, 40 years later, still now elevating the narrative of the power that has always been here, not just the dumping. That's not the legacy. The legacy is what you've named in here. The legacy is the youth that you're investing in as president of the board. That's that's additional labor, right? Oftentimes we hear president of the board means like a little volunteer board, a little treasury here and there. But that call, and just to see that circle and that calling, you said in your speech, divine, right? That divine.
That's the only way you can explain it. How a kid from New York City ends up in Warren County, married to a man whose child was participating in the marches.
Right.
Of course, she did have permission, for those who are asking the question. Did he know she was going? Yes, he gave her permission. He did not march because he was a school teacher and he had to feed those 3 hungry mouths. But, you know, people laugh at me because technically I supposedly had retired years ago, but the community, I'm passionate about the community center. This is just, the history is incredible. And in fact, when we got the money, the grant money, I said, you know, we can now fix this building up and make it look like our ancestors would be proud of it, because it's a wonderful space.
Right.
It's a wonderful reason they created it. Well, it's a bad reason because white people wouldn't let them use bathrooms, but you know what I mean. They did something really good in creating this, and it's on us now to keep it going. I guess that's why I got placed here, is to get the word out about this place, because it's shocking to me. I'm trying to find books written about it. Nobody's written a book, so that's another one on my to-do list. I'm gonna have to write a book about the community center.
And that purpose, that design.
And I'm thinking, well, who better to do it? You'd like to write, you know the history, you've been involved, you might as well. So
that's right. You
know, we have two board members, both a little bit older than me, but they oh my gosh, they're full of the history. One of them, her mom used to work for the extension service in the building right next door.
Oh my goodness.
And the dad she said the dad used to go to the building over there to that office all the time. They couldn't figure out what it was, and they realized he was trying to court her.
That's funny.
And then my vice president, Felton Davis, he's in his 80s. The man's had cancer, strokes, lost a child, lost a wife. He's one of our biggest volunteers.
Wow.
You call Felton, he is here. He is Johnny on the spot. He is right there. I mean, and he almost single-handedly, he's been on the board over 50 years. That man almost single-handedly kept this organization alive. He was a school teacher. So, you know, he saw the importance of this place. He saw the need to keep it going. And, you know, when there was nobody else around, he's like, well, I guess I better do it.
Right.
You know,
and when you mention like honoring the ancestors, and I think around group economics and what you were saying years ago of having to keep this place private, and the other, you know, elevations you made of, you know, the segregation and not being allowed to use bathrooms, and you know, the hospitals or washrooms. And I think about the group economics of historically, ancestrally, we have always kept us safe. And even when we came out of emancipation, we designed Black-only towns in over 24 states. North Carolina isn't exempt from that Black excellence, that legacy. And I noticed when I walked in here, there's a picture in that frame of the original Black elected officials that were elected right post-emancipation. And within 25 years, I believe it was, we had 187 Black elected officials in North Carolina. And so I think about that continuation of that legacy, even as we're talking about the bedrock in this community, is keeping us safe, and you elevating now what we had to create as privacy. We had to stay hidden to stay alive. But we now have to unearth what is buried to let folks know that the beacon of how we are resilient, how we do group economics, how we survive being dumped on, has always been the hidden diamond in the rough. But we've always been diamonds. And I always say they try to bury us, they just didn't know we were seeds. And so speaking of that keeping us safe, tell us a little bit more, if you'll elaborate. You said this in your speech, right? The Warren County, I want in our Q&A as folks are saying, okay, PCB, we're hearing about the dumping. What has been some of the impact of first that PCB coming, because I heard you connected to New York, and this national kind of occurrence of Black communities being dumped upon over and over again. And we know that's what environmental justice really means. Environmental justice doesn't mean recycling, doesn't mean individual habits. And I hear a lot of folks trying to conflate the many different threads, and that's not what it is. It's not a institutionalized academic field of study. It is quite literally a movement that was birthed here that protested against a Black community, and Black communities nationwide then were able to take the term environmental justice and say, wait a minute, we've also been dumped upon. And that's the actual definition of environmental justice. But not to get too deep in those weeds, tell us a little bit more that when you were reporting and in your speech, the PCB, what have you seen as an impact over the years?
Honestly, I don't know that we've seen the impact. And I say that simply because we really don't know the number of people who died, the number of people got sick, because they just never studied it. Nobody ever looked at it. And it's interesting talking about the African American community, because in those 4 years of trying to figure out, of trying to stop the dump from coming, we learned that they picked another southern town, minority Black, as an alternative to Warren County.
Wow.
So why does this stuff always have to go into a Black majority community?
Correct. Come on.
That's a problem.
Come on.
That's a problem.
That's a problem.
We need to speak up and make sure this stops happening.
That's right.
It's just unconscionable that, it's going to cost too much. Let's start out with the Ward Transformer Company. They knew doggone well that what they decided to do was illegal, but they didn't care because they were trying to line their pockets with more money. It would have cost them more to use the EPA, follow the EPA regulation. But no, let's just open up the tanks and spray this stuff on all these roadways. That's the fast, easy way to get rid of it, rather than drive. I think they were supposed to drive it to Pennsylvania or something. They didn't take that option. They took the and of course they were strategic about which counties they chose to dump it in.
That's right.
And then out of 14 counties, you choose Warren, the governor of North Carolina, Jim Hunt, you choose Warren County, probably one of the smallest, definitely the most Black, definitely one of the poorest. Right. And they thought politically impotent. Well, they got a surprise. And the surprise for all of us was not only were Black people upset, white people were upset too. And when I talk to people who were there, who were protesting, they marvel that this was one of the few times, if ever, Black and white came together in this community. They walked side by side, they cried side by side, they were hand in hand, and they got it done. They kept protesting, their voices got heard. Ken Ferruccio was one of the people who, he did the scientific search to find out how bad this stuff was. And then of course they got even madder when they discovered how nasty this stuff was. So I don't know that we'll ever know the ill effects from this stuff. We know the positive side, which was they tried to harm us, but we're rising above.
That's right.
We're going forward.
That's right.
We're going to let other people know what happened to us so it doesn't happen to you. And it doesn't need to happen to anybody else. And if we don't stand up for ourselves, and if we don't tell our own story, we're going to keep getting dumped on.
That's right.
So we hope to be a lesson for other people. You got to stand up and let your voice be heard and go forward and be positive. And that's what we're hoping to do.
We protect us. And I appreciate I see, because bubbling to the surface to me is, if coming from a deep, background, and we'll get to that in a minute, where our family connection, because this process has, and I think that's the other beautiful part that we'll get to for listeners, because I really kind of want to end with, what is the Warren County Community Center doing next, but I also want to end with how we're all interconnected. But before we get there, so last year, the North Carolina Black Alliance, we host our first NC State Unfair, and we did it during the fair time, and so we called it NC State Unfair. And it was our first Environmental Justice Day Summit, and it was in the evening though, and so we actually had Dr. Ben Chavis, and we had Senator Floyd McKissick, and Latanya Andrews Hunter, and they joined us in a conversation. We had other great folks like Valerie Jordan. It was a power week, and we had Superintendent of Warren County Schools now, Keith Sutton was on one of our panels, but we had all these great conversations. And so,
can I just interrupt you really
oh
fast?
no, please.
So of course, Floyd McKissick Jr. is a friend of mine, but our fathers were friends, both born in North Carolina, meet each other in New York, both at some point were Black Republicans and worked together politically. So then the daughter Charmaine ends up moving back to Warren County. Here I come moving to Warren County for the first time. And what I didn't tell you in my speech was, when I was a reporter at WTVD, I met Ben Chavis at the Duke Chapel, covered a speech he was giving one night, ended up covering his story because he was part of the Wilmington 10 and he was in prison. And so he used to be able to get let out. He was in jail in prison in Hillsborough, North Carolina, and he was working with a local church in Durham. And so we would go pick him up, take him out, and he would go to different churches so he could speak. I did a number of stories about the unfairness of his incarceration, which led a governor to then give him a pardon, which is how he got out of prison.
Oh my, thank you for interrupting me so we could get that history. Because, please.
So being in the right place at the right time, you know that's all God. It's
That's
not
all.
me, it's God.
And I continue that thread because oh my goodness, I'm blown away. I'm sitting here like when we talk about the intersection, I understand we're talking about environmental justice and healthcare, but if we're not also talking about, as you said, human rights, civil rights, economics, housing, how to keep us safe, workers' rights, we're actually missing again the many folks in our community. Black people, we're not a monolith, and neither is our economic liberation. We all don't work the same jobs. And so I think about even how the intersection of you supporting Dr. Chavis in a moment of fighting for civil and human rights, and then here's a moment again, and I honor, Ms. Dolly Burwell and the other leaders who came in, and Attorney Fauntleroy and other folks who are in this movement, by which then you birthed the environmental justice movement. So you got civil human rights with Dr. King and Dr. Chavis, and then you come here and you're like, we're gonna birth the environmental justice movement because we're gonna speak up. And it comes to this point where it's as if folks, and we look at the government, targets, as you said, communities that they think won't speak up because either economic depravity or conditions they think, well, they'll just deal with it. And the power of us is no, we don't have to take what you dump on us. We were not created to be your footstool. We were not. And I think about you and I connecting, and we only met through this process, right? And so just being, big, I was already fangirling, as I call it, when I got on the call, because I'm like, oh my goodness, like, the expert broadcasting and journalism and the background, but also just what you're doing here. But then to find out that your family is from the exact same area, town, community, let's say community, in Western North Carolina as mine. And to even know that, even as you were talking, I was saying, I visited my elders a couple years ago, and you said, did you know there's a connection between the McKissicks and this family? And the dots to see the West is connected to the East.
Yep.
That we are all interconnected.
Absolutely.
And
it's mind-boggling that your uncle and my father were friends.
That's right.
Just, how does this happen?
And
How did we?
And I looked in this room and I saw the Rosenwald schools. And to know that that's the same Booker T and the same establishment that was in the mountains across North Carolina.
Right.
But you see this connectivity of education, which you kept saying resonates with me over the importance of, where you're saying your husband is a school teacher and feeding 300 kids, right? Keeping 300 mouths fed. What you all are doing, invest in education. We continue to educate and incubate excellence and survival.
But we have to. This is what was drilled into me when I was a child. That you've got to get an education because they can do a whole lot to your body or to you physically. Right. They cannot take what you put into your mind.
That's right.
And I think a lot of people, and also my mom's side of the family was from Barbados. And I know, parents who immigrated from, or relatives who immigrated from the islands, they had that same mindset.
Right.
My grandmother, who lived in the mountains, was a Republican because she didn't want to take a government handout. My grandfather, for whatever reason, left my dad and her in North Carolina mountains, went to Connecticut to pursue a career, I think, as a musician, which I don't think worked, but she said, I'd rather scrub white people's floors and earn a decent living to take care of my family than to take a government handout. My mom's parents, who came here as infants from Barbados, their parents had the exact same view. I want to earn my keep.
Right.
And all along, stressing the importance of education. And so that's why you have people who are able to rise up and do what needs to be done
Right.
when these challenges come. I mean, I think it was brilliant that they reached out to civil rights leaders 40 years ago to say, hey, we need help. We have a problem. We need you to come help us. And so they came and they got ideas and the laying out across the road. Dolly said that was like a last minute. She said, and I forget which leader had told her, but some leader told her, if it comes down to it, just get on the ground. Just lay down on the
Wow.
ground. Don't let those trucks. They won't run over you, but stop their progress. And they did. It took them much longer. I think it was something like 10,000 loads that had some 10,000 trucks coming. But and the other thing that I don't say in my speech is the government, the state, locals, they were prepared that first day in mid-September of 1982. The police looked like they were outfitted for war with their helmets and their batons and their firearms. I mean, we were unarmed, just out there trying to save our air and water and what we breathe and what goes into our mouths, and they came at us with full force.
Right.
Arresting children? What does it do to, what have you accomplished arresting a 4-year-old? Excuse me? I have a problem with that.
That's right.
And that's kind of that we're in charge mindset, so we can do whatever we want to do, whether it's right or wrong.
Right. And we're seeing some of these commonalities
And we're
today.
still seeing it today.
But we're also seeing our protest.
Yes, yes. We're finally, now if we could just move to the ballot box.
That's right.
To make change.
That's right.
You know, we see the Roe v. Wade, we see all the racial, change starts with an election, people. We gotta go vote. I don't care that it's a midterm. I don't care there's not a president on the ballot. What we do between presidential races is almost more important than picking the president.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is.
Because if that president doesn't have a Congress and a Senate to work with to get this stuff passed through, it's gonna languish.
That's
and how
right.
many years has stuff been languishing in this country because we can't seem to get it right. We can't seem to get, I don't wanna vote. I'm not gonna vote.
Mm-hmm.
What do you mean you're not gonna vote? People fought, bled, and died for you as an African American to have the right to vote, and you're not gonna exercise that right?
Exactly.
How dare you?
Exactly.
How dare you? Don't even talk to me.
Right. And I even think about what you said, local and state officials is what gave the permission for like PCB to be dumped here. So if you were not getting out and voting for or against hiring or firing, because we're the voters, which means we're the employers. And to your point, if we're not getting out and hiring and firing, we're giving consent to them to determine however they see fit our lives, our day-to-day lives, our health, whether they study the health effects data, actually study the impact of what they dumped, even though we know the impact. We see our people sick and dying, but because it's not studied, because there's no budget given, there was no money given, or there was no policy that was moved that makes the corporation study their impact or even clean it up. You're right.
The other thing too, with the people who were in charge, who made the decision to put the dump site here, is that they lied to us. They lied about the science of it. They lied about whether or not that dump site would hold that stuff. And it didn't. It failed miserably.
Right.
Scientists warned them it would. And they would come out to public hearings and lie to the public and tell them, oh, this. And then we would find out later, oh no, that was a lie.
Right.
And so they kept trying to twist it and turn it, but it was all to their benefit, so to save a little bit of money. Well, why can't we put it in another place? No, we want to save more money. It's too much money to take it to the EPA approved site. How much money is it to lose however many black lives we've lost because you put that stuff in the community? And again, it goes back to, we were politically impotent. People just did not care about voting. They weren't registered to vote.
Right.
I understand from Eva Clayton, when she moved here in the 60s, there was a project it was the Quakers came, American Field Service Committee came to town with 14 youth one summer and tried to give people education, voter registration information, to to try to get people motivated to vote. And we're still doing that to this day.
Right.
My husband and I go knocking on doors, door to door, to get people, are you registered to vote? Will you please register to vote?
That's right.
And I'm still dumbfounded by the number of people who will not register.
And I hope as folks are listening into this conversation that you're also going to share this conversation with others that aren't tuning in, right? That are emerging into civic engagement, whether it's youth voters or whether it's, elders who are just now being oriented in the space of their own political power after being oppressed for so many years. And as you mentioned, Congresswoman Ava Clayton, and we talk about the history of the political power within, again, the Black individuals that have come from this area that still call this area home, where, like you said, Congresswoman Clayton, when we look at Congressman Butterfield and the work that even Miss Dolly Burwell did with his office, we're talking about the political power. Valerie Jordan, the first African-American woman to be appointed as chair of the State Commission for DOT, the Department of Transportation, when she was a child who laid in front of the same DOT trucks that attempted to run her over. She's now the chair of that DOT transportation.
Don't forget Floyd McKissick, who tried to start Soul City, but politically got shot down by, who was our senator then? Jesse Helms. Got the money.
And got
the money to be taken away.
And do we think that's coincidence? Absolutely not. So,
tell us
a little bit more about Soul City.
Well, Floyd McKissick had this vision for a black city, a black owned and built city, and so he came here. He did have Republican friends in Washington at the time, and so he got money. I believe it was out of Nixon, to build Soul City, which was supposed to be a self-contained black community. I forget the number. Some houses were built, a healthcare center was built, and then, as I said, when Jesse Helms had the opportunity, he was able to yank the money away, and basically the whole project failed.
Think about that. And so the interconnectivity of, again, your votes, politicians who remove the funding, and then here comes trucks with a chemical contaminant to not only dump on the community, but the power that was being built in this community to create another sovereign economic hub, very reminiscent of, guess what, post-emancipation, Reconstructive era power. Wilmington, we always hear about the massacre, but we never think about, well, why was there a massacre? It's because they were too powerful. We hear about the kingdom in the mountains, where our history comes. Why do we never hear about a U.S. kingdom being on U.S. soil with 2 kings and a queen? And some of those folks came to the East. It was a part of the incubation of Soul City, but they were also attacked. And then here's Soul City continuing that legacy of power. In the 80s, we see 82, as you told us, that was in the beginning of the issue. That was when the issue came to the climatic head. But it is not coincidence to me, and I remember hearing this conversation with Dr. Chavis and Senator McKissick last year that just resonated, sat on my spirit. Okay, we keep being told in the media that we were solely dumped on because we're poor. We may be poor economically, but we're rich, whether it's supporting one another, educating our children, creating the power of activism, like everything with your husband being at school and teaching, but giving permission to his daughter to continue the legacy. And then there's Soul City that would have been a rich economic hub, and it was a chemical that in part was used to be a weapon of destruction to decimate an area. And
don't forget in those 4 years of fighting to try to figure out what to do and how to not bring this thing to this community, don't forget the judges who ruled against us. There were many lawsuits. NAACP, local citizens.
Wow.
They lost every lawsuit. So, again, it goes back to the ballot box. My husband tells me all the time, the time you wake up is decided by the people you put into office. It's simple stuff, but voting, elections matter. Who sits on a bench when you go to court? And my God, I sat in a court, a friend of mine is a judge here, I just wanted to go see him conduct business. Mm-hmm. I don't have to tell you how many of us were in that courtroom. The place was packed. I mean, you think you've gone into like a movie theater because you can't find a seat. It's court, because we've done something dumb we shouldn't have done, and we're in court. And then we're going before white judges. I mean, I'd love to hear Carolyn Thompson talk about what she's done as a black judge, and maybe prison isn't the answer, or maybe incarceration, maybe it's rehabilitation. The ballot matters. Us going to cast our matters. It's
right.
so important. And it's the whole ticket. It's not just the person you see at the top. You got to go from the top all the way down to the bottom.
In our conversation, and just want to make sure that folks, it really resonates and sits, that our judges are extremely important when we're talking about even a hyper-local level, and ensuring that not only do you cast your vote, you have to complete the entire ballot.
Absolutely. Absolutely. It is, it doesn't make sense to vote if you're not going to vote for everybody. And we see it every year, and the numbers, every vote that is cast gets counted. And now with computers, within a matter of hours, really, we can see how many votes were cast from each person in each race. And it's mind-boggling that people will only vote for like the top few people and forget the rest of the people on the ballot.
Wow.
You can't do that. You can't do that. And even if somebody is running unopposed, you still need to go vote. Voting is so, so, so important. It dictates everything. Now, I was just listening to something the other night. The fact that the United States Supreme Court, for the first time in history, took away a constitutional right in Roe v. Wade is unheard of.
Right.
It matters.
Absolutely.
It matters. The President of the United States is the one who gets to say, here, this is my nominee, and then they got to go through the Congress and the Senate. And of course, if your party is in the minority, then the people that you'd like to see on that Supreme Court bench are not going to get there.
That's right.
So you just can't stress it enough.
But I appreciate how you thread the historical needle. As we're, going kind of winding down our conversation today, I just really want to ground for folks that even as you're talking about the historical implications of the long legacy of local communities having judges that aren't representative of the people in justice, this is the long-term impact all the way up to the federal Supreme Court, that we even saw really the exact same legal tactic that was used. Roe v. Wade was used in before 2013, but it came to fruition in 2013 when the Supreme Court gutted the Voting Rights Act that was fought for and won by Black community and allies in 1965 is when the VRA, Voting Rights Act, was actually passed. It was gutted in 2013 using the exact same legal rights, terminology, standing, the process the Supreme Court gutted, but the nation didn't stand up for Black and brown communities when we said we've been gerrymandered. Our districts have been drawn to predetermine our vote, and now we see power that is unchecked on a larger scale. We've been experiencing it locally for years.
I was going to say, gerrymandering is still very much a part of what's going on in this state too. My husband was a plaintiff in the last lawsuit.
Wow.
Because let's say it like it is, the Republicans in our state legislature decided that they wanted to redraw the district lines. Now, to me, what's criminal is we go through this gerrymandering stuff every other year. Okay, the lines are drawn. Why do you need to? Oh, because the Republicans want to have a majority of their people in this district so that they can get elected. Like, this is a democracy. How is that fair?
Right.
How is you stack the decks in your favor and we have hardly anybody over here?
That's right.
That's not democracy.
It's not. And we see the exact same legal authority being wielded and misused again in the exact same way for Roe v. Wade. And unfortunately, we're going to continue to see it. And the history lies in if folks study and stand up with Black community when we're saying, don't dump on us. Look closely at what is impacting us is going to impact everyone.
That's right.
And I always use that with an environmental context as we go into our wind down. And I want to hear more about what the Warren County Community Center is about to go into as a celebration of the 40th year. Is I always say this: air doesn't stop flowing just because it reaches a white neighborhood. Water doesn't stop flowing just because it reaches a white neighborhood. It doesn't read the census. So if it's contaminated, it may start as it was dumped in Black community, but that water will continue to flow to the next community and the next, by which our livestock is grazing and feeding. It's going to get in our land, and then now you see the perpetuation of toxic chemicals, harm, political ineffectiveness that is polluting and corroding the entire nation. It just starts in our community. It doesn't stop in our community. So when we stand up and we speak out, we're not only protecting and standing up for our rights to have human life and dignity, we're also standing up for the entire nation to say, be careful, it's coming to your community next. And in our conversation today, President Williams, I just am just so encouraged and just wish we could talk and continue our conversation. Because today we've gone through just the interconnectivity. We talk about for this summit's environmental justice and healthcare, but it's all intertwined. If you have, again, we've talked about voting, just to kind of go from the bottom where we've ended back to where we were at the beginning of this conversation. We've spoken about voting and how the importance of turning up at the ballot box will determine your judges and local elected leaders who, from the sheriff who was voted in, all the way to how the sheriff chooses their deputies, which is who was enforcing, what you said, those war type material when they were meeting 4-year-olds and arresting them and picking up children. Okay, that's based on your elections. Then the judges that oversaw the cases and the lawsuits by which the people filed to protest again in another form in their legal constitutional right, those judges then stopped that process of justice because, again, they were voted in. And we talk about the ballot box and we lend itself to, well, then what was dumped in that community. And we talked about PCB, chemical contaminants. That is one example of what, according to your speech, we've seen it in New York. We're seeing that now with PFAS across the nation, and especially in North Carolina, the same chemical action of dumping these contaminants without any corporate responsibility and accountability and no elected officials to hold them accountable. So we've talked about that PCB, environmental justice, what it is, that it actually is about the dumping on Black community, over 56%, and these numbers may change depending on the population and corporation, but 56% of all people of color in this nation live only 2 miles away from a toxic waste site. Why is that? You've heard it in this conversation with President Williams, the why. The targeted communities, the misperception, the racism wielded by from historically Jesse Helms all the way to the same tactics being used by legislators and local elected leaders now. So we've talked about environmental justice, overlap with disenfranchisement, overlap with the healthcare impacts that we don't understand, the gravity of the death, the illnesses, and the diseases, because our state, our community still refuse, our local elected leaders still refuse to require corporations to study the effects of the chemicals that they were allowed to dump in our community, which is negligence, irresponsible. That environmental justice intersection to healthcare, we've talked about all of that in this conversation, but also the power that lives here. The power of We Keep Us Safe, the power of history that is still incubating the youth to continue the revolution and the protest, and the narrative that you as a legacy keeper has continued to do for our people. So I honor you, I thank you. I am very full, I'm just very humble, very much so, just would have never seen this in my journey. Just passion, pursuit, and purpose, and just understand that as long as you walk in your purpose for your people, you're going to be exactly where you need to meet with your people. And so I just appreciate you.
Thank
and
you.
Honored to consider
And I
you.
appreciate you as well.
Yeah.
And even focusing on these issues, which are so very, very, very important. And you know, I think another very important lesson that we learned out of 40 years ago is that when we as Black and white people come together, we can accomplish a lot.
That's right.
This divisiveness, this racism, this hatred is and prejudice are taught.
That's right.
You don't come out of the womb as a prejudiced person.
That's right.
So we just need to walk side by side with people. We are really, truly not so different.
That's right.
The outside of us may be different, our hair may be different, but people are people. Right. And we need to walk together and talk together and join forces together. It's amazing, excuse me, it's amazing what we can accomplish together.
That's right.
We don't want to be separated. That's not a good thing.
That's right.
It's really not.
And speaking of community and how folks can continue in unification, please tell us more about the 40th anniversary celebrations and the 40th anniversary overall, and what's coming up next for the Community Center.
Well, we're very excited about the 40th anniversary of the start of the environmental justice movement. And there'll be actually some has started already, which is UNC Wilson Library in Chapel Hill has started an exhibit of pictures and words from 40 years ago. And then in September, which was the start of the protest 40 years ago, I understand Dr. Chavis is coming back. He'll be at Duke University and I think a couple other places that middle week, like from the 15th on. Here in Warren County, we are going to have a big event at Coley Springs Missionary Baptist Church, which is where people gathered and met and plotted and sang songs and prayed before they went out. That's going to be on the 17th. We'll start in the morning. We're going to have a walk back out to the dump, which is what they would do. They would leave from, gather at the church, get ready, and then go out to the dump. We'll go out to the dump. We'll have, I believe, some kind of ceremony and talking, and then come back, and there'll be more of a service, and then there'll also be a meal served on Saturday. And we're expecting a lot of people to come to that. I understand a lot of college students from the area are planning to come. And a lot of the people, well, 40 years later, we're not really sure how many of the 500 and so people who got arrested are still alive even, but people who are part of it will still come back. And then on the Saturday, on Sunday the 18th, we'll have a church service at Coley Springs Missionary Baptist Church, which we did 10 years ago to recognize the 30th. So we'll have another service. I actually have not even heard who's going to be coming for that service, but there'll be a number of people coming for that. And then the following week, we've got a couple more activities, ending with on the Saturday, September 24th, our local Warren County branch of the NAACP always has a Freedom Fund dinner. And this year we've partnered with the Warren County Environmental Action Team, and we'll do it together here at the Armory in Warren County. So we'll have, we'll be talking all about the community, the environmental justice movement. We'll have a speaker from Duke University, and I believe we may have 1 or 2 participants who were actually part of the marches back then. So I got to shore up and get ready for September because it proves to be it's going to be a busy, busy, busy time.
Well, we look forward to being back here with you all, celebrating and unification and community for the 40th.
Please
so thank you for letting folks know. So we hope to see y'all there as well, or at least sharing the news. And so again, thank you, President Shauna Williams, for being with us for this inaugural summit, for this discussion, just your opening remarks and encouragement, and just the pathway of liberation that I hope folks understand that you actually received a roadmap today. If you didn't know, okay. Hope you know now. And so with that, thank you. And just deep appreciation.
You're welcome, and thank you.
I hope that you all enjoyed the community conversation. I most definitely enjoyed myself. We continue to actually speak long after the recording had stopped. Just the amount of history that is in the room, in the museum at the Warren County Community Center is just incredible. From artifacts brought back from Mother Dolly Burwell from apartheid during her time in South Africa fighting alongside Nelson Mandela, to actual history records of the Black and brown individuals who fought in the world wars. It was just so incredible to be in that space and to hear so much history and power. And while we did this presentation, of course, in honoring the legacy of the community center, we did this presentation in person, but we also wanted to make sure to enshrine this moment as the North Carolina Black Alliance presents the Certificate of Appreciation to the Warren County Community Center and Library Incorporated for your servant leadership. So thank you so much, and we just honor you, we appreciate you, we love you, President Shauna Williams and the community of Warren County. So today's luncheon was a power-packed hour, from hearing comments from one of our key sponsors, Harrison Wallace of the Climate and Equity Fund, to honoring in space the legends who have made this movement, environmental change and policies for BIPOC communities, and subsequently today possible through our inaugural Environmental Justice and Healthcare Awards. Finally, leaving recharged, energized, and informed to move into the second half of our agenda today, and for the next 40 years, fighting for environmental justice and healthcare in our communities. So this next panel is talking about policy and how to use policy to affect the change that we need in our communities, again, to get the justice in environmental justice and access to healthcare. This panel, grounding session, Dismantling Disparities, examining EJ, environmental justice, and healthcare policy through an equity lens. This discussion looks to ground the audience's understanding of the intersectionality of environmental justice and health, examine the current state of environmental justice and health-related policy, because it all comes down to the laws, y'all, in North Carolina, and call our attendees to action by imploring you all to advocate for even more robust policy and protections for the communities that you represent. And so our moderator for this panel is our Program and Policy Director for the North Carolina Black Alliance in Advanced Carolina, Jovita Lee. I'll turn it to you.
afternoon, everyone. I am Javita Lee, and I will serve as your moderator for this afternoon. So I just want to welcome everyone again to our inaugural 2022 NC Black Environmental Injustice and Healthcare Summit, Grounded in Justice, Rooted in Wellness. Thank you so much for joining our virtual conversation here today. So again, I'm Professor Javita Lee, and I will be serving as your moderator, and it's my honor to introduce our panelists for this afternoon, starting with Senator Natalie Murdock. As a native North Carolinian, UNC alum, and local elected official, Natalie has spent a lifetime learning about the strengths and challenges of North Carolina. With over a decade of work experience in transportation, economic development, and government affairs, Natalie entered the public realm as a locally elected official. Now, she is the North Carolina State Senator for District 20, which encompasses Durham County, following an appointment from Governor Cooper in April 2019. She is the first woman of color under 40 to be elected to the North Carolina General Assembly. It was elected in 2020, earning over 100,000 votes. She is dedicated to pursuing a progressive agenda that will transform the lives of hardworking North Carolinians. Senator Murdock has over 10 years of experience in government affairs, transportation, agriculture, environmental affairs, and economic development. She has served in a multitude of positions within the North Carolina government, with her most recent roles being as Deputy Director of Communication for the North Carolina Department of Justice, and served on the NC Biden-Harris 2020 campaign. Not only that, but she has been very involved in the Durham Democratic Party, most recently serving as the first vice chair. She also is the principal and owner of Murdock Anderson Consulting, where she helps companies and nonprofits shape their voice and brand. Senator Murdock is a graduate of the University of North Carolina at Chapel Hill, and she's a proud member of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. Welcome, Senator Murdock. Next, we will have Senator DeAndrea Salvador. Senator DeAndrea Newman Salvador is a fifth-generation Charlotte native dedicated to serving her community, the founder of a groundbreaking Charlotte-based organization focused on energy efficiency and sustainability. DeAndrea works to improve the community's most pressing issues, including climate, clean air, and energy affordability. She believes in strengthening our infrastructure, supporting schools, and ensuring that teachers are paid a fair living wage. Currently raising two boys with her husband, Kirk, DeAndrea is a graduate of UNC Charlotte, where she earned her economics degree. While earning her degree in economics, DeAndrea worked in economic development and government affairs for organizations like the Beverly Hills Chamber of Commerce and the Electric Power Research Institute, where she saw her Charlotte neighbors spending more than 20% of their income on energy expenses. DeAndrea took action and found RETI, a nonprofit focused on helping families sustainably reduce energy costs using smart technology, solar energy, efficiency, and education. RETI also consulted on the City of Charlotte's Sustainable Energy Action Plan. DeAndrea serves on the board of Clean Air Carolina, and she was on the Mecklenburg County Air Quality Commission for 3 years. She is a TED 2018 Fellow and recipient of the UNC Charlotte Young Alumna Award of the Year Award. DeAndrea was recognized as one of the Charlotte Mecklenburg Black Chamber of Commerce's 30 Under 30 and honored as a 2019 AACSB Influential Leader. She previously served on the board of the American Association of Blacks in Energy. DeAndrea currently works for data privacy company DataGrail, where she leads DataGrail's content strategy, optimization, and creation, creating research and showcasing stories of how and why data privacy is increasingly vital to help communities and companies build trust with their customers. She's devoted to building a brighter future for North Carolina and fighting for the issues that matter most to her district. Welcome, Senator Salvador. Next, we have Professor Lameshia Whittington. Lameshia Whittington serves as the Deputy Director of Programs for North Carolina Black Alliance and Deputy Director of Advanced Carolina. Lameshia is the co-convener of the North Carolina Black and Brown Policy Network, former National Democracy Campaigner for Friends of the Earth, former chairwoman of the Free NC Fund Administration, founding member of Democracy Green, member of the Burke Women's Fund in Western North Carolina, member of the Board of Directors for Cape Fear River Watch, the former North Carolina spokesperson on Fair Courts for the Leadership Conference on Civil and Human Rights, and a community liaison for the National Academies of Science, Engineering, and Medicine for the Guidance on PFAS Testing and Health Outcomes National Study. Professor Whittington leads work on intersectional democracy and environmental justice. Lameshia serves as an adjunct professor in the Division of Sociology at Meredith College and a lecturer of diversity and environmental justice in the College of Natural Resources at North Carolina State University. Her work has been seen on PBS NC, C-SPAN, Bloomberg, Bloomberg Law, and a host of other publications. She is a petitioner in 2 active petitions to the U.S. Environmental Protection Agency, challenging major contaminants, PFAS, 1,4-dioxane. She is an Afro-Indigenous woman from North Carolina, a royal descendant of the former Afro-Indigenous settlement, the Kingdom of the Happy Land. Welcome, Professor Whittington. Next, we have Dr. Courtney Woods. Dr. Courtney Woods is an associate professor of environmental sciences and engineering at the Gillings School of Global Public Health at UNC Chapel Hill. As an environmental health scientist, she employs community-driven mixed methods research approaches. Specific areas of interest include waste management facilities, industrial animal agriculture, water quality, access to water infrastructure, and risk perception. Dr. Woods leads the Environmental Justice Action Research Clinic, which provides action-oriented research and technical assistance to communities facing existing and imminent environmental hazards. Dr. Woods also directs the Environmental Health Solutions MPH concentration at Gillings and serves as one of 4 co-leads for the Health Equity, Social Justice, and Human Rights MPH concentration. Welcome, Dr. Woods. Next, we have Josh McClenny. As a resident of Chapel Hill, Josh is the North Carolina Legislative and Policy Coordinator for Appalachian Voices, where he fights for utility policies that work for all North Carolinians. When he's not working, you can probably find him at the nearest outdoor concert. Welcome, Josh McClenny. And lastly, we have Director Scott McCray. Scott McCray joined Advanced Community Health as its next Chief Executive Officer in April of 2021. Scott began his career in Camden, New Jersey, leading strategic initiatives that paved the way for Camden's economic, healthcare, and public safety reforms and national best practices. For 20 years, he has led and impacted the growth of FQHC's integrated networks and accountable care organizations. Scott earned a Bachelor of Science degree from Clemson University in Public Health and Health Science and completed his Master of Public Health, Health Systems, Policy, and Administration from the University of Medicine and Dentistry of New Jersey School of Public Health. A visionary and calculated market disruptor, Scott infuses a high level of business acumen, advocacy, and collaboration to the organizations and communities he serves. Welcome, Scott. And so going into our panel for today, I do want to just kind of lay the groundwork and go to Senator Murdock to kind of give us kind of an overview of where we are regarding environmental justice and healthcare policy that we've seen over the last couple of years that has directly impacted, whether positively or negatively, communities, specifically Black and Brown communities. So Senator Murdock, do you mind giving us kind of the lay of the land?
Yes, I'm happy to. Thank you so much, Professor Lee, and honored to be here with this panel, especially my colleague in the Senate, Senator Deandra Salvador, and huge LaMeshia fan. So whenever LaMeshia calls, I'm like, I'm right there, whatever she needs. And met, got to know LaMeshia really by working in this space. And so before becoming a senator, I was a soil and water supervisor, which is a position a lot of people know nothing about, but we do a lot of environmental work and advocacy and policy, particularly on the agriculture side of things, which is all interconnected. So I think to really lay the foundation, we have to go back to the 1980s. North Carolina is actually the birthplace of the environmental justice movement in Warren County. There were chemicals that were going to be dumped in that county. And it just so happened that they randomly picked a county that was actually the most diverse, had the highest number of African Americans compared to any other county in the state of North Carolina. And so local leaders there, they protested, they literally physically put their bodies in front of trucks. One of those folks that I'll give a shout out to, Valerie Jordan, is now running to join myself and Senator Salvador in the state Senate. And that was a big reason why I asked her to run for office, because that's the level of courageous leadership and fighting that we need in Raleigh. And they were young. And so they really kind of birthed an entire generation of activists that still work today. Ms. Dolly Burwell served with Congressman Butterfield for years. So having someone that was there at the very forefront of that movement for them to be able to engage and working at the congressional level was really, really key. So we have a strong history with that, for better or for worse. And speaking of Warren County, they're still fighting to bounce back. I mean, there were plans for Soul Cities that were inspirational and inspiring, but didn't truly materialize. And that's just one example of a lot of the basis of environmental justice of, again, it just so happened, but it's not just so happened. It strategically, methodically, a lot of undesirable, environmentally harmful, whether it be chemicals, whether it be where a landfill is located, And I hope she speaks on it a little bit later. One of your own panelists, Senator Salvador, grew up close to a nuclear facility, and that was a big part of why she's so passionate about energy. It wasn't until I believe she shared she was in elementary school where she realized, wait a minute, it's not normal for folks to have to take iodine pills because they live so close to this facility. So many people of color nationwide, but particularly in the South, have really been strategically located close to facilities that could be harmful to their health. In the most extreme examples, they can even impact, a birthing person's ability to even bear a child. Here in North Carolina, we have counties where there are more hogs than people. So we also have a legacy when it comes to kind of those huge ag farm and facilities. The new one that, not new, but one that's gaining more attraction is poultry. Folks would really be shocked to see how many poultry facilities are just popping up left and right. And they're flying under the radar. They don't have the same level of regulation as some of the more major CAFOs do. So that is probably going to be the new frontier for us. And so we've got a long way to go. We've only cracked the surface quickly just in regards to farming. There was a local leader in the East that actually went on to serve in the General Assembly. So there is a moratorium so that you cannot have brand new hog farms. But that is when you saw poultry starting to come up where folks said, okay, this other industry isn't as regulated. So you're seeing a lot of that. Something else we're keeping an eye on with natural gas. There's a new technology that is called biogas. And so we are still learning about that. It still could be very harmful. Myself and some other legislators, we physically went down there to do a tour, and we are concerned about kind of just the length of that pipeline. And again, goes through a lot of communities of color. So yes, we do need to figure out a way to be more efficient and to do something of waste, because to also kind of balance the conversation, environmental justice really is the byproduct of capitalism, whether it be landfills filled with waste, whether it be the waste of animals as a result of eating, and it's huge industry. Livestock is the major industry for the state of North Carolina. We are an agricultural state, which is why I wanted to be a soil and water supervisor. It is the top revenue generator in the state, and livestock is number one. We have sweet potatoes and other more sustainable forms of agriculture that are catching up, but livestock is number one. So it's about money. If you take these facilities away from these counties, we have to talk through what would come next. And so we are finally getting a handle on a lot of that, but a long way to go. Most recently, we are working to buy out a number of those farms in the East, particularly the ones in floodplains. Since climate change is real, we're just seeing a lot more flooding, a lot more issues. So it's more difficult to contain those impacts and those contaminants if you have flooding. So that's kind of like just a very kind of brief high level view of where we are, but long term, it's going to take a lot more leaders that really get it. 2 of them are here. We just need more leaders of color to really speak out about these issues. And a number of those panelists are those leaders, but cannot stress enough that the data is there, the numbers are there, where your zip code really can determine whether you live or die. And so when it comes to environmental justice, we know for a fact health outcomes are impacted. Your ability to live a long life, you could literally lose years of your life as a result of having exposure to chemicals and other harmful things in the environment. So we've got a long way to go here in North Carolina. When I first joined, the Senate started doing some research on more things that we could do around EJ. The House moved forward with legislation, but a long way to go. Nationwide, the gold standard is the EJ law that came out of New Jersey. And now with Administrator Regan leading the EPA, I have no doubt that we will do a lot more with EJ federally, but definitely here in North Carolina, but got a long way to go. So looking forward to the conversation, and just thank all of you for being leaders in this space.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator Murdock. And so you touched on it a little bit toward the close of your remarks, and speaking on how, the whole reason that we're here today, reinforcing the understanding that EJ and healthcare are intertwined. And so you touched on the fact of having those health disparities in community. And so I want to pass this question to Director McCray. And just in light of the recent Access to Healthcare bill that was reintroduced this past session, HB 149, do you believe that our state is doing enough at this time to address healthcare disparities that you see on a regular basis, especially being CEO of a community health organization?
Thank you so much, Ms. Lee, and to the rest of my colleagues on camera. Sorry for being off camera, not following directions well. But to answer your question, no, I think that overall, the healthcare environment and the policy implications of where we are with expansion, where we are with the coverage gap, especially as that aligns with public health and some of the things that we found out through COVID. And COVID really reiterated a lot of inequities and an accumulated history of inequities, especially in Black communities and other communities that we define as underserved or underrepresented. We talk a lot about the historical factors that go into profits ahead of public health, but on the front lines of healthcare, especially in primary care, at an FQHC, we are dealing with the aftermath of environmental injustices, and we see it every day, whether it's behavioral health issues in pediatric patients, longstanding chronic issues and illnesses in our adult patient base. Across the board, a lot of times it's always an afterthought. What is the cause? You know, so if you look at the epidemiological factors that go into that causality of why different social factors or why different environments or geographies lead to the effects of diabetes or hypertension or asthma or other issues related to behavioral health, it's always the afterthought or footnote. It needs to be in line with the policy implications of expansion and what's going to happen with those monies that need to be provided to those populations for just not greater access, not even equal access, but better access, because again, that historic inequities, right? We are already behind the 8 ball. So at the end of the day, it's a conversation of how do you not only create the narrative, rewrite the narrative, and be laser focused on the things and key areas, as the senator alluded to, you know, very geo-focused, certain zip codes, certain industries, et cetera. And how do you start to put those guardrails up that actually start to tell the story of what we can do on a positive impact to avoid another generation of communities of color that are being impacted by environmental injustice. So overall, there's so much more that we can do. I think that there are some implications that the State House are considering. But at the end of the day, whether it's Medicaid expansion, whether it's direct bills related to environmental injustice, our communities are being left out. Our communities are being under considered for funding, but we are talked about all the time. States get money, not only North Carolina. I'm from the state of New Jersey. States get tons of money to deal with issues like this based upon the demographics and the ratios and the data that are supporting the fact that we still have not done enough over the years for these particular communities. And again, we see it. So as an FQHC, we are starting to deal with this from a social determinant factor, but also understanding from a policy standpoint, we have to make more noise. And I think the collective efforts of groups like this will get us further down the field as to starting to pinpoint sustainable pockets and resources of funding that can help us not only just talk about it and research it, but come up with some long-term solutions. So a lot to be left to be done, but I think we're on the right track. And I think, again, this group, and I'm very new to this state, very encouraged by the energy and a lot of the expertise that's around the table today to talk about the connection between the environmental injustices and healthcare. Because a lot of what we talk about in healthcare now in a value-based environment is about how do you cut costs? How do you save money? We'll never be able to get to a break even or seeing those cost shifts if we don't deal with the front end implications of things that nobody wants to talk about, okay? If you want to save money long term, if you want to have better and healthier communities, you have to put guardrails up around corporations and policy that protects the injustices that we have felt for generations.
Absolutely. Thank you. And so I kind of want to go a little bit deeper into this intersectionality. And I think we've already confirmed here in space that, you know, it's already safe to say that the growing number of health disparities that we're seeing now are directly linked to environmental injustice, as well as the healthcare disparities and healthcare implications that we're seeing through policy. And so, Director Whittington, I just want to pass it to you to kind of speak more to the legacy of environmental injustice in our state and the implications that we're seeing right now, living through both, now a COVID-19 pandemic, now we're going through monkeypox and all of the other unnamed illnesses that have, presented themselves over the past couple of weeks, months, and years.
Right. So when you talk about the history and intersection, we've heard this word a lot today. Folks have probably heard this. What is intersection? Intersection. For Black and brown folks, it means dealing with everything at the same time. We have to deal with dirty water. We have to deal with dirty air. We have to deal with corporations that's not paying us, not keeping us safe. We don't have health insurance. We work too much for too many hours to actually be able to be eligible for health insurance. So we're in the gap. Right? There's so many things, lack of fair education that's accessible and equitable busing division for our children, transportation routes. Intersection means every burden that you can think about that our communities have to face every single day is on us every single day. We don't get to choose our favorite oppression. Right, it's packaged. And so when we're talking about the history of injustices, what we have to do with environmental injustice is be able to name it and see it in different places. We think, and we've been told, okay, environmentalism is just protecting the trees. Environmentalism is just protecting the water. It is that, but environmental justice is the centering of the people that are being strategically targeted by corporations through racism and discrimination that, guess what? They put that contaminated chemical in that soil, in that community, because they are Black and brown. That's what environmental justice is. We don't need to be co-opted. So when we're talking about policy in the intersection, I'm hearing a lot of co-opting of the word environmental justice. No, it was created by Black folk that support Black and brown folk being protected and low wealth populations. That's literally the definition of environmental justice of the movement that was birthed. It is the saying you targeted this community based on race, period. Now we can talk about the legacy and the impact. So even when we talk about the intersection, how many ways can you target a person based on race? There's a lot. So when we talk about transportation, for example, urban heat islands and the intersection of health disparities, I see folks that are tuned in, that are activists on the front lines in urban, and this affects rural areas as well. An urban heat island determined by transportation routes. Come on now, Transportation Commission. And it's very important, Senator Murdock, I'm a fan of you too. You know this, I love you. A fan of all of y'all, Senator Murdock, I'm sharing the love back. It's very important what Senator Murdock said, Valerie Jordan, because I'm about to tie this intersection. Urban heat islands, I want you to remember her name, I'm gonna bring it back. Urban heat islands is the strategic removal of soil and earth and shade covering like trees that absorbs the heat that comes naturally from the sun during hot seasons. And when you remove it and replace it with what we call impervious surfaces, which just means concrete, sidewalk, pools, large square footage homes, all this housing, stack, right? We're seeing this. You're removing covering. Folks can't afford cool roofs that would create a cooling down effect for the communities. Sometimes old housing that is now surrounded by concrete gentrification, they don't have the infrastructure, the insulation to combat the high heat levels that's happening because there's no soil to absorb the heat. So it becomes a stove. So a community on average can have a higher 7 to 10 degrees higher in that one community, that 2-block radius, than the community in the outskirts that has more soil. So when you create a stove by developing gentrification, new building, high rises, more student housing, impacts our students too, y'all. What are they living in? When we're putting more bus transportation corridors, so your bus stations, right? When you're putting more carbon emissions, trucks and buses that are emitting these pollutants, right, is heating up that community, and that creates high blood pressure. What we thought was based on our diet. Oh, we're not eating right as a community. Y'all need to stop cooking soul food. I hear this all the time. But you didn't realize that Urban Heat Island, which was determined by your local commission board to talk about transportation and putting that bus transportation corridor there, that bus station actually is what gave you a high blood pressure or that heat stroke. And it also, guess what, makes your utility bill higher. Now I get it. Utility companies, when we talk about policy, they sell energy at the same kilowatt hour. Senator Salvador is an expert on this. She can talk more about this and break that down. But how the actual bill is increased higher in areas of urban heat islands is because folks have to run more air conditioning. Remember when I said they didn't have proper insulation? Well, if your community is hotter in temperature, then you're going to run more AC, which means a higher utility bill. And guess what? It's expensive to be poor. So that's the intersection. And what is the history of transportation? I'm calling it transportation, but our people know it as across the railroad track. Whenever you hear in our community, honey, our communities across the railroad track, that's gentrification. How long has that been happening? Jim Crow, Reconstruction era, post-emancipation? Across the railroad track was how they divided our communities based on mapping that, and again, created these disproportionate areas of discrimination where these dirty corporations would come in for cheaper land. When we talk about the intersection of policy with housing and talking about how does that impact healthcare, well, honey, you can't stay in shelter in place with COVID-19 and be evicted. You can't shelter in place when you know that your home, because you're heirs property, or you're a renter, or you live in modular, trailer, manufactured homes, you aren't eligible for certain U.S. Department of Agriculture grants to renovate your home. And the loan you applied for at the bank was denied based on redlining. Wells Fargo was found guilty 2020 of doing this to Black communities. They had up the poster Black Lives Matter, but I guess Black homeowners didn't matter because they denied loans. And so when we talk about you're denying loans to help folks renovate their homes so that they can withstand higher temperatures due to global warming, that they can stay sheltered in place and be safe during COVID-19. Instead, you deny loans because it's heirs property, or because they're renters, or because they're modular manufactured homes. But then here you go. Here's your local elected leaders, depending on, there are some good ones. I want to ground that. We're obviously working with folks, but here you have to pay attention to the process. Here are elected leaders then creating urban renewal programs, policies by which they create money to support the renovation of slums, ghettos, and hoods to renovate them. But the program money doesn't go to the people who own the homes that got denied the loan. It goes to the developers. So the same bank that denied you the house loan is now giving the loan to the developer to come in and pick up all your property, pay you a nominal amount, which takes you from being a homeowner to a renter because they don't pay you enough in the buyout. And now your community has been renovated and beautified. That's the intersection. It's been happening. It was called redlining historically. It's now called gentrification. It was called plantation. Now it's corporation. We keep rhyming with the same words, but we need to wake up and realize it's the same cycle being repeated over and over again. And we're recycling policy. And it takes, as what's already been said, revolutionary thought leaders of what you're hearing today, which you've heard throughout the day. It takes us to dismantle those inequities and a system that was built to be inequitable. That's how it was created. That's what I'm grounding here. So I hope that helps. There's a lot of different definitions. And the last thing, Eastern North Carolina, largest area for Black population. It is the largest area for the voting population. That's why it's been gerrymandered the most. We talk about it's the largest area for the largest Native American population east of the Mississippi. Now the West, I'm from the West, we have contamination. I almost worked in a poultry plant. It was my first almost job as a manager before my people said, no, you're going out and you're going to go out. And I'm glad they did, because that's why I'm here. In the East, they have historic legacy pollution. They also, here we go, when we talk about corporation workers, they were the ones gerrymandered, and the corporations that are dirtiest, that killed the most of our people, that don't offer free like wages and healthcare, they were also the same people who received subsidized support for certain policies that was, guess what, submitted by the very same politicians who gerrymandered Black and brown folks in the East and severed their vote. So it's all connected. That's the history, some of it. Love the thought. Please drop in the chat. Jovita, I'll turn it back to you.
Thank you so much, Director Whittington, for grounding us in that intersectionality and just really, speaking truth to power about what has gone down in this state and what is still continuously happening even today. And so I do want to kind of stay in this space a little bit and make sure that, we are speaking to what I like to call the forgotten part of environmental justice, which is utility. And so I want to pass this question to Senator Salvador and ask, how critical is it for our state to have adequate and equitable utility infrastructure to ensure a quality of life for our impacted communities?
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to thank all the earlier speakers for their comments. And I think, like everything else, it is critical because, as we just heard the doctor reference, everything is overlapping all at once, and they all are of equal importance. And so utility, while it can sometimes be forgotten, it does go immediately right back into health impacts. Or, as the doctor was just referencing, we look at the history of redlining, and you completely, without even having to analyze any other metrics at the community, you can take heat islands and you can take redlining, and they're almost a one-to-one match. So when you have those types of things occurring, there really isn't a way in which, just from a pure data analytics standpoint, that you cannot say that our communities are feeling overlapping challenges and issues, and it just so happens that utilities is one of them, but there are so many. I'll harken back to, I believe it was a congressperson from Louisiana, or I forget where he was from, and he very casually said, well, if you take out Black mothers, the mortality rate isn't that bad. And that right there tells you a systemic issue. If you have to remove an entire race and demographic of people, that highlights what we're saying when we talk about systemic issues throughout our culture. And I wasn't here earlier, but I have a close friend from St. Louis who started an organization called Redesigners for Justice. And a quote that she always harkens back to is that, like all systems of oppression, inequality, and inequity are by design. But therefore, we can work to redesign them. And what are ways in which we have to look at, and that absolutely has to be policy, but policies made at different levels. Policies made at the state level, the federal level, even your local level. Policies made by appointed positions like our utility commission, and a number of other factors that all come together to look at the society that we're living in today. But I'll tell you, from the standpoint of utilities, like you asked, yes, it very much is something that I think, because we essentially see it every day, or you just kind of think of it as something that is a backbone of life, you can quite often forget how difficult it could be for someone who does not have that reliance, that does not have the predictability. And that very much also in terms of not just cost, but also just access. If we're looking at, many of the frontline communities who are right there in the face of extreme weather events, whether that be hurricanes or even high heat, and those things start to even cause a power outage from infrastructure, they're very often the first ones off and the last ones reconnected. So from cost all the way to the infrastructure itself, these things have an impact. But bringing it back to health, is absolutely been found by Columbia University, Department of Energy, countless researchers, that if you are spending a high percentage of your income on these costs, or if you feel like you don't have the ability to stay connected, this comes out in a number of ways, whether that be from literally having less of a calorie intake for yourself, your children, for your home, to showing a greater prevalence of other health issues. It is extremely important and matters, but I have to, when we're talking about redesigning systems, we also have to talk about what we just heard earlier in terms of our gerrymandering and where we are at a state. We know and have seen great ideas move forward. But we are also in a state where we are fighting tooth and nail to keep things from moving backwards, in addition to pushing every single day to try to make things move forward too. So in addition to being hyper-focused on particular issues, whether that, and I encourage people right now to engage in our utility commission process, because there's a couple more weeks left. There's a few more slots left to speak to the utility commission on record as they're designing the carbon plan. And I'm happy to go more into that later. But in addition to that, we also need to work really hard for candidates like Valerie Jordan, which we just heard is a historical Voting Rights District, Voting Rights Act district, that are purposefully being cut out, because we want to make sure that communities are being heard and being paid attention to, and gerrymandering is one way of which to dilute the voices of Black communities, of Indigenous communities, of communities that are really experiencing most of this impact. So all of that to say that this is it all comes together, but policy and silencing of Black votes, whether that be packing us into districts, cracking our districts apart. We have seen, and on record, a history of North Carolina representatives saying that they will target a district to surgical precision, and that really dilutes the process of which we can have true, meaningful policy making. While we have been able, as Senator Murdoch alluded to, to do things like getting money to buy back, the hog farms and floodplains and other initiatives, it is clearly not far enough. So while I'm happy to talk about things that have been done, I also have to acknowledge the immense challenge that we're up against too. Not to say that it can't be done, but to galvanize and talk about why, when we say it's important to come out and vote. And I understand you're asking somebody who's dealing with all of these challenges all at once to come out, and you see maybe some incremental things, but it's clearly might not be enough for your family, for all of the things that you're experiencing. It is sometimes difficult to be able to, even as an elected official, clearly and carefully articulate why it still matters, but it does. And it's not one solution. I think there's a lot of different ways that we can go, but we have to acknowledge that these things come together in a number of ways, whether that be from health, whether that be from just the sheer ability to feel comfortable in your own home, whether that be to cost, but utilities, again, are the underpinning. And there's a really great video that talks about, 200 countries in 200 years. And it shows when electricity is introduced and how the health and wealth are impacted. And so you start to see the Western countries start to, as they get more access. But what was interesting is if you look at those 200 countries in 200 years, and you look at the health and wealth, and you take out small pockets, this could be in the UK, in the US, you'll have communities whose health and wealth, because the inability to have energy that is reliable and affordable, their health and wealth is more comparable to that of a country that's dealing with high energy poverty and doesn't have access. So you have to realize that despite our country moving in an upward direction, if those pockets remain and continue to exist and persist, there absolutely will be this continued disparity of health and wealth, particularly in Black and Brown communities. And so all that to say that there is a lot of work ahead, but I certainly hope that we can continue to work towards and see progress.
Absolutely. Thank you, Senator. And so I just kind of want to stay here a little bit more and just kind of pass this to Josh McClenny. And so I know during the COVID-19 pandemic, you and I, Professor Whittington, and a lot of folks on this call, we're seeing just humongous spikes in shutoffs and utility impact, right? And so just staying in this area, can you speak to the impact of those shutoffs and what we saw in the COVID-19 pandemic that we're still in, and just how did that actually impact communities that we were working with for the past 2 to 3 years?
Yeah, absolutely. And it's great to be on this panel. And thank you so much to everyone who has spoken and who will speak. It feels like a little bit of a fool's errand to talk about utilities after Senator Salvador, but I promise I'm going to give it my best shot, which is to say, it's critically important that our government has adequate infrastructure to address some of these current issues that we're facing, but also to address the potential future concerns that the communities that we're talking about might have. And for example, in the utility space, we know that a lot of North Carolinians are struggling with affordability. And so just last month, Duke Energy disconnected 10,000 customers for non-payment. What does that mean? What does that number mean in context? I'll try to do my best to provide a little bit of context and trends. Regulated utilities in North Carolina, Duke and Dominion, those really big investor-owned utilities, they're required to report monthly on disconnections and arrears. So looking at those trends, we know this past May 2022, there were nearly 575,000 customers who were in arrears, who were past due on their utility bills. The total they owed was $213 million. Looking strictly at the number of households, we know that that's around a 25% increase from the previous year. Looking at the number or the amount of arrears, how much those households were in arrears, represents just short of an 80% increase. What that tells us is that in addition to the fact that there are households who are continuing to, or who are newly falling behind, who are new to struggling with affordability, that those who have historically been behind are falling deeper and deeper into arrears. It means they're not getting the assistance they need. And that shows that we do need more build out bill assistance. We need ways to help those who are struggling to pay for any number of reasons to meet their monthly bills. We are a stronger and healthier society when our neighbors have access to basic services. But it goes beyond a need for bill assistance. We know that long-term, by investing money in things like energy efficiency, whether that be upgrading windows, insulation, siding, et cetera, especially for low to moderate income families, that those upgrades actually lower the amount of electricity that those families need to generate. It lowers their bills over time. And so actually over time, the amount that we need to dedicate toward bill assistance goes down. So I don't want to say that energy efficiency is some silver bullet. There's always going to be folks who are struggling to pay, and so we will always need bill assistance. But it's one of those programs that's really going to help lower the amount that we need. And that's why it's important to talk about potential future concerns and problems. And one of the things that makes me really happy to be on this panel with a group of folks, including 2 legislators who I think are they're not just reacting to the problems we're seeing now, we're trying to anticipate problems that our communities might see in the future, but short and long term. And I guess to wrap up my comments, I work for an organization that does a lot of work in Central Appalachia. Folks might have heard about record flooding that hit Southeastern Kentucky, Southwestern Virginia, the Tennessee Valley in the last couple of weeks. 14 inches of rain in a day that left the region practically underwater. So I think it's important when we look at things like potential land loss rates in the state of North Carolina, especially potential land loss rates in Black and Brown communities, that's something that we're going to have to address in the future. So we have to start thinking about that now. We can't push it off for folks to start thinking about later. It's important that as we're thinking about policies, we're advocating and laying the groundwork and infrastructure to deal with those problems in the future. So I'll stop there and thank you again.
No, thank you, Josh, for lifting that incredibly important point. And so, you know, we've talked a little bit about traditional environmental justice, talked about access to healthcare, and we talked about the intersectionality, we talked about the forgotten part of EJ. And so just bringing all of those points together, speaking from a point of academia. So Professor, so being an associate professor at UNC and having to craft the curriculum that highlights the intersection of EJ and healthcare and public health. What type of policy or community action in general do you believe is critical in order to have significant improvement over the next 2 years? So I'll pass it to Dr. Woods.
Thanks for the question and thank you for the invitation to be here. I'll first start by talking about what we need to do better in academia. That's the space that I'm in and have some influence over, and really see the importance of talking about these issues and educating our future public health professionals, our future physicians, our future heads of healthcare and medical systems, and future policymakers, that they have to be educated about these issues. So we really do need to do a lot more work to incorporate EJ into the curriculum of these programs, and ensure that they're not just hearing about it from academics who are, you know, theorizing about it and not doing applied work, but they're also hearing from folks who are impacted most significantly by some of these inequities. So that's one. That's certainly what we need to do in academia. I think if I think about policy and what I'd love to see happen in the policy realm, there's certainly a lot of work that could be done around incorporating considerations of cumulative impacts. So in North Carolina, many of the communities, and this is actually across the country, most of the communities that are overburdened by environmental hazards are also medically underserved. They're also experiencing a lack of basic infrastructure and basic public health infrastructure. And so, you know, certainly this needs to be taken into account when new facilities are being permitted. And I think we have the tools, we have the data to be able to identify those communities. It requires some better use of the data and better use of the tools, and asking more novel questions, and some, I think, radical envisioning of what community health should look like. So that's one consideration for policymakers thinking about cumulative impacts. I think we could also consider health in all policies. So this is the idea that, any kind of policy is going to have an impact on public health. And, as a public health professional, it's really hard for me not to think about, what are the health implications of this decision? But if health in all policies was the sort of framework or lens that policymakers were using, I think it would allow for more integrated policy making that promotes, promotes health and health equity. From a community perspective, there have been lots of great questions that I've been trying to keep track of in the chat. I always say organize. I think a lot of folks here on the panel are organizers. They've started their work in organizing. And an organized community is one that is really hard to split up, hard to separate. And so making sure that you all, or that communities understand what are the priorities, what are the primary concerns, what are the ways that we want to address it. I think it's really important to be able to hold policymakers accountable and to go in as a strong front. I also think there was a question in the chat around accountability and holding policymakers accountable with budgeting. So, there are certainly lots of communities, cities around the country that are incorporating more participatory budgeting. Of course, we'd like to see more of the cities, a larger proportion of cities' budgets being designated for this kind of inclusive involvement of citizens that are going to be impacted by a policy, to also be involved in figuring out where the money's going. But I think by having more participation from residents, that's one way of holding them accountable. You're telling them where you want the money to go, and you're making sure that they're keeping track of that. Certainly, having a record of who has been funded by, who has been funded, what organizations or what agencies, what companies, what contractors are receiving funds, I think is also important. This is like an expectation that we have when we, as academics, receive a grant. We have to report, how do we spend the money? And if we decide that we don't want to spend it on a thing, then we have to get approval for that. So I think, ensuring that cities are keeping a better record of where they're spending their money and making that public is also important. I think the final comment I'll offer here for impacted communities, in addition to organizing around the things that you don't want to come into your community, I think it's important to be visionary and plan and think about the things that you do want to see, and develop the kinds of I don't even want to call it dreams. Like, I think it's a matter of envisioning how you perceive your community to operate, what kinds of businesses and facilities and organizations, what do you want to be there? So that it's not always reactionary, but that we're offering suggestions and input on what we want to be there.
Absolutely. Thank you, Dr. Woods. And so just kind of collecting all that we have heard this far on this panel, and I am going to pass this next question to Senator Murdock, but I want all of our panelists to weigh in, please. And so just kind of building from the incredible representation that we have here today, we have elected officials, and of course, North Carolina Black Alliance cannot endorse, but we can engage our elected officials. And so, we have policy advocates, academics, service providers. And so just kind of seeing, how can we make sure that we are capitalizing on the collective expertise that is Black and Brown leadership in this state, just to make sure that we are seeing the progress in both the General Assembly, but also directly out in the communities that we're serving.
Thank you so much. And I love this question, Dr. Woods. Something you said took me back to, and Lemisha as well, transportation. So the reason that I'm going to answer your question starting with that are, and actually Senator Salvador hit on this too, when you look at collective leadership, yes, you have 2 senators on this panel. But when you started off with our resumes, there were so many other community organizations we were with and other work, even working in government. Senator Salvador talked about the Utilities Commission. That's an appointed position. So you can advocate to your legislators and your governor around what you want the Utilities Commission to look like and who you think should serve. They, will be starting a process where they'll even be looking at rates and multi-year rate making, which directly impacts a lot of what we've talked about. But even when it comes to staff, when I worked for a transportation agency, that was my first interaction with environmental justice. And I'm here in Durham, North Carolina, and Highway 147 just rammed through Durham, Hayti, and Black Wall Street, and Durham the Black community never really bounced back from that. So even things that, it may not sound sexy to be a transportation planner, but that's really when I jumped in, and I was the only Black planner in the history of the organization. So how do you ram through Black neighborhoods with transportation infrastructure? Because if you don't have anyone on staff that cares about preserving Black community and brown community, so when I was working on the I-26 highway project in Asheville, we potentially were going to ram through the last Black community standing in Asheville, Burton Street, the historic Burton Street community. And it wasn't until I joined that staff that we even went to that community to say, how do you feel about Highway 26? How do you feel about this transportation infrastructure that may divide your community? So even when it comes to, so many different levels of government, in addition to being, activists and community organizing, you need all of that. But even when it comes to working with various levels of government, you can shape policy, you can create policy, you can determine where will those public hearings be. You will determine what happens when you get those public comments, when they say, you know what, I do have a concern about this bus facility being located in this community. I'll fast forward to when I was working on the light rail project in Durham. So much controversy, understandably so, around where the maintenance facility was going to be. But as a result of the historical legacy of environmental justice, you now have laws that say you have to be thoughtful around where you put these facilities. And so lo and behold, when we wanted to put the maintenance facility in, a well-to-do neighborhood, and, the homes are nice and the property values are great. Oh, they didn't want that. You wanted it on the Black side of town. You wanted to be in East Durham. But as staff, we were able to say, absolutely not. We've done the analysis and we know that we can safely put this here, so we knew that we could do that. Charlotte has shown us that, home volume was actually went up, because people wanted to be close to the light rail. So at any rate, you really, really do have to be everywhere. We need folks that can serve in various levels. So it may not look like running for office. It may look like talking to an elected official so that you can get appointed to these positions. But over time, that's where the real change occurs, is really, really being plugged in with various levels, from showing up to make a comment at meetings. I've seen that in the chat. We need all of that. But really that long-term sustained change can come from things such as, being a staff person for a really, really great organization. You could be there on the front lines in a different way. It may be thankless work, but critical, important work, so that we can really get a handle on everything that we're talking about. And since we do have some folks in public health, cannot stress enough how we need more people of color to go into medicine, all levels of medicine. There's an organization that I work with called Climate Medicine. In the chat, I saw some conversations around reproductive justice and environmental justice directly connected. Good luck getting all the prenatal health care that you need if you live in an area that doesn't have the best access to healthcare, or if the power goes out, how are you supposed to feed your child? Good luck with that. So when we talk about how all of these topics are really, really interconnected, we really, really do need folks everywhere, and doctors get it. They are right there knowing EJ directly impacts their ability to serve patients. So as far as working with leaders, as leaders, we need more people, which is why we love these sorts of conversations and opportunity to kind of really, really bring all of it together, because none of us can do it by ourselves.
And if I may piggyback, oh my goodness, I just have chills. I just appreciate y'all. I wish we had more time because there's so many questions in the chat right around like organizing trainings. You're getting step-by-step guides. Please, this is going to be recorded. This is going to be on YouTube, this whole summit. Go back, refresh, because like what Senator Murdoch, what Dr. Woods, what Josh has laid out, what Senator Salvador has laid out, what Director McCoy has laid out, myself, is literally step-by-step guide. This is how you show up. This is where you show up. These are examples of commissions being appointed. When you're talking about the people representation, Senator Murdoch just reflected that, so I'll piggyback on this side because I can't speak as an elected official. That's why it's the power of having legislators in the room to tell you this is what it is with the inside strategy. Outside, as organizers, we oftentimes don't get to tell our story. That's a big theme about today, is making sure we are telling our story. Where was EJ birthed? Where is the impact of power, and where is the actual catalyst of change? It's in the people in North Carolina. This is the focus, and we welcome folks who are tuning in from other states. Honor y'all. Thank y'all so much. This applies to every other state, especially the Deep South and the Global South. So several years ago, Hurricane Florence, as many folks are aware, we've been dealing with hurricanes over and over. Matthew, 40 years ago, we were talking about from Floyd to Diana. Fran, we've been dealing with hurricanes, okay? Hurricanes, not only we know the impact displace folks, it actually picks up pollution, waste, filth, and spews it at a much far, like mileage, proximity from close to, of course, further output. So we're talking about in 2018, Hurricane Florence, there was, of course, this big community effort. There's many folks that are tuning in today that was a part of that relief, community relief, because FEMA didn't show up for us because we were undercounted on the census. So they didn't have us on the emergency mapping maps. They didn't know where to come get us. They didn't know the back roads. So we were having to save each other, give food to each other. But what happened is right before Florence, there was a public announcement about this chemical called PFAS, very eerily reminiscent of PCBs in Warren County. But the community wasn't able to actually get the information of, well, what is PFAS? What do you mean? There was something that was dumped in the Cape Fear River that poisoned over 1.5 million North Carolinians' water. What does that mean? Florence hit, and of course that PFAS was spread even further. So the next year in 2019, myself, a few other advocates in this space here, we decided to be to get strengthened research on what is PFAS and partner with national organizations as just community folk. We didn't know, what is PFAS? I don't understand what this is. We're not coming in as medical experts. Break it down for us. We sat down with researchers, we sat down with experts, and they told us this chemical was man-made. It was created by accident in a lab. It wasn't tested, the effects. There was no health effect studies data. So here we are. It's impacted Grays Creek Elementary in Fayetteville. It's impacted at high levels in New Hanover County. We also hear another chemical called Gen X that's in New Hanover County, Brunswick. We're hearing Columbus, Bladen. All these counties were impacted directly, and others that wasn't on the map, Fuquay, Varina, along the Cape Fear River. And so then what we found out is that the bottled water that had been shipped since 2009 to Grays Creek Elementary is because folks already knew, elected officials already knew it was PFAS contaminated, but the people didn't find out until 9 years later. And it took us doing community workshops at Fayetteville with Black Women's Rising. It took us doing community workshops, the first community workshop outside of the North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality. We were the first to hold a community workshop, and we met other PFAS allies and other organizations that joined us to actually talk to people about what PFAS was. We had to do it ourselves. And then from there, we had to compile a community organizing practicum with PFAS built into, this is what it's doing to your body, to your water, but we need studies to prove it. It became global. We did a tour in Southeast where we brought in a celebrity, Mark Ruffalo, just so he could amplify the issue of PFAS because he was in a movie talking about it, but nobody knew. We then followed that tour as community folks. We then gave presentations around environmental justice and how PFAS hurts, of course, reproductive health. It actually passes over in the embryo stage, it actually passes over the uterus to, guess what, that unborn, right? For a birthing parent, it passes through breast milk after birth. It actually becomes this legacy impact, but we were the ones having to talk about it. It was in our PowerPoints about the impact on firefighters. And then all of a sudden, the National Governors Association called us up and said, can you do a presentation to all of the governors or their staff so they can know how to include PFAS in environmental justice policy for expectant parents, for folks who are in food deserts or food insecure areas that have to eat more fast food. And because you eat more fast food, you have more exposure to PFAS. Can you talk to us about how to, mitigate firefighter impact? We were then talking to firefighters in Canada because we were all trying to figure it out how to do it. And then we provided information to Secretary Michael Regan, who was Secretary of the DEQ here before he was appointed to, of course, be Administrator Regan, because we knew we needed him to know in the state the impact of PFAS. He already knew some, but it was like grounding, this is the community impact. And the next thing I know, several years later, myself, Josh, and Jovita are up at midnight writing a letter with the Black and Brown Policy Network to support Administrator Regan being nominated to the EPA against the racist lambasting that was happening, and it went national. This letter went national, and he was appointed. He is our administrator, and PFAS is not only on the agenda, it's now, to President Biden, it's in their agenda. And now the roadmap to PFAS was announced here in North Carolina. Why? Because we did that education here following the pathway of Warren County as local folks, and we worked with our politicians. We changed the world. That's what we did on PFAS. And it started with a Black woman. It started with Black people. And it started because this is the legacy of North Carolina. And when I brought up Valerie Jordan earlier, it was not an endorsement, because I can't do that. Thank you, Joby, for reminding me. But what I'm saying is she was a child that laid in front of the Department of Transportation vehicles in Warren County. And then she became the first African-American woman to ever be elected as chair of the Transportation Commission, which means she was in charge of the DOT trucks, the very ones that almost ran over her as a child, because that is what we do. And that's how we also made PFAS worldwide, because we follow the legacy. And if you do become elected, if you do become appointed, you need to follow Senator Murdoch, Senator Salvador, and other leaders, right? So you know exactly what needs to be included. The same with Dr. Woods, Director McCroy, and Josh. If you need to know what's in your policy, these are the folks. You don't need to go looking any further. Get on the mailing list. We have different programs. We will connect you. That's the whole point of the summit. I'll stop right there. I just appreciate y'all. I love y'all. These are the people for your questions, and we'll get them answered.
Thank you so much, Director Whittington. I'll let that breathe a little bit. But that is, I mean, that's absolutely exactly what it is. You know, like the experts are in community, the experts are on this panel. And so definitely making sure that we are remaining connected and working for the collective good. That's really the bottom line. And so I just appreciate you, Director Whittington, for grounding that in space. And I appreciate you, Senator Murdoch, for also grounding that in space as well. And so just to kind of wrap up for today, I do want to kind of pose this to anyone on the panel. What is our call to action today, both collective or individually? Because I know that I've been seeing so many questions and so many comments in the chat, and I encourage folks to go in and read the chat because there's a lot of specific opportunities for engagement that folks are dropping in the chat. So thank you for that. But I do just want to open this, up to panelists and to the floor. What is our collective call to action today? What is the charge for folks? How do we want our folks to be engaging you all as elected officials, but just also how do we engage in space together? What does that look like?
Ms. Lee, I have a couple comments.
Go for
it. So, this is really, really exciting stuff. And as I'm listening to all the experiences and expertise, I think, one of the things we often do is we really set the table well as a people. And I've heard a lot about execution here today. And of course, you've given us this charge to call to action. But I look at all things as kind of 3 points, like what's our structure? And then how do we standardize that approach? And then how do we optimize it? Even though this particular body cannot advocate or say vote for a particular candidate, we're all coming from different parts of the state, different districts, et cetera. We need to be very deliberate and how we're going and spreading the words through our communities outside of what we do 9 to 5, okay? We need to start counting votes. We need to let current elected officials, folks that are trying to get in office, understand this policy agenda, all right? And it has to be a standard one. This is what the ills are. This is what the barriers are in our communities. And we need to be very, very forthright about this is what we need you to do about it. Votes count. Votes lead to policy change. And policy change leads to some level of sustainability. But what I see and hear often, especially in communities of colors, is that when we have an opportunity, and I was just talking to a local councilman yesterday, you're right, 95,000 plus people in his district, 8,500 votes won him the election, okay? There are people that need to understand the impacts of some of the things that we aren't doing. So for me, the call to action is outside of what we're doing here, we need to rally behind a slate of candidates, particular candidates across the state, have a standard platform for what we're trying to get done as far as policy, and rally behind those folks in the right ways under compliance or whatever, from whatever vehicles we are. And then optimize that for time to come. You know, how do we shake down funds? How do we rally together again? How do we keep conversations like this going? So that's my main takeaway, being very new here and just feeling the energy around the room and on the panel. But I think that's where we have to go, understanding the real charge, understanding what our policy platform is going to be, and having candidates commit to that. And quite frankly, coming from New Jersey, where some people joke about being the soprano state, if you cannot deliver, then we will move on to the next candidate. Sometimes we give people too many chances. We give our own people too many chances. And that's a totally different conversation than today, but very, very related to this, and why we continue to have this environmental injustice conversation decades and decades and decades on. So thanks for the opportunity. Everybody was great. Keep up the great work, everybody. Onward and upward.
Absolutely. Thank you, Director McCrory. And does anybody else have any additional comments?
I'll just offer a quick one. I know that, I think there's an intention to have a strong focus on policy and what sort of policy change can happen, how we can influence that. And I am wholeheartedly believe that we need to, as Mr. McCrory said, we need to, organizing communities to vote and make sure that we have the right candidates. And I feel like there's a lot that can happen outside of policy. I feel like there's a lot, as I mentioned before, ways that communities can organize and work together that is outside of the policy realm. One example I offer is an entity that I'm involved with, Earthseed Land Collective, that really aims to reimagine our relationship with lands and work with other Black and Brown communities to both steward land and envision like what future is possible. And a lot of that work is not centered around policy. It's really centered around coming together as Black and Brown folks and envisioning what kind of future we want to have. So I think both of those, the policy work and the community envisioning and dreaming together and community building can happen in parallel.
And I have a really quick one just to pick up on what Mr. McCrory stated. Something that I've been talking to a lot of national groups about. And again, we are not making any endorsements today, but a general statement of if you do identify as progressive or liberal, we really need to fall in love with local government and local politics. But there's some history as to why we don't, right? If you're Black, you remember, the Jim Crow era and segregation. And so it was the Supreme Court, it was Thurgood Marshall, it was JFK and LBJ. There were all these federal actors that, thank goodness, stepped in to fight against racial discrimination. But we took our eye off the ball. We weren't focused on governor mansions. We weren't focused on state legislative races. And that is how we got here today. That is how we got here with overtly gerrymandered maps that are racist, that dilute the voices of Black and Brown people. So, yes, we have to focus on U.S. Senate and president and everything, but we cannot take our eye off the ball of state house, state Senate, county commission races. We really have to it's not an afterthought. It has to be the focus. And it relates to the topic today because they are the folks that impact your life, quite frankly, more than your congressional member. So I don't need folks to say, oh, I'm only focused on, president. And it follows our voting patterns. Historically, African Americans, we will go in and vote. We will check president and walk out of there. When Justice Beasley lost her race here in North Carolina by 401 votes, if a few more voters in Mecklenburg County would have completed that full ballot, she would still be Chief Justice. I'm thrilled that she's running for U.S. Senate, but the fact that she only lost by 401 votes when people could have completed a ballot, that's what that led to. So literally, we have to fall in love with local politics again. We've got to do it, or we will never give our community the respect, treatment. We will never reach true liberation for Black people if we don't fall in love with local politics again. We've got to do it.
Absolutely. Thank you so much, Senator Murdoch, and everyone who offered additional comments. And so, unfortunately, we are bringing this panel to a close for today. I do want to thank our esteemed guests, Senator Natalie Murdoch, Josh McClenney, Senator Salvador, Dr. Woods, and Director Lamicia Whittington, and Director Scott McCray. Super appreciate the expertise that has been on this panel. And of course, we will be sharing a resource document after today's summit to make sure that all of folks' contact information and the answers to your questions that you've been dropping in the chat will be available to you. And of course, this is also being recorded, so you will be able to reference this back as many times as you need. Thank you so much for joining us for today's panel, and I bid you adieu. Thank you.
I know you all just kind of saw me switch from the panel to this moment right here. And so as we are going slowly towards our close, it's actually come a lot faster than I would hope. I've enjoyed this day. We actually have one more community public announcement that has incredibly important information. Some information that you all have asked in the chat and other panels, but it highlights some of the other contaminants that are lurking in our waters, air, land, just our environment. And again, just because a pollutant, a contaminant is dumped in a Black neighborhood or a brown neighborhood, water doesn't stop flowing. Air doesn't stop flowing and stops at a specific neighborhood. No, resources continue to move, which means even though the pollution starts in one neighborhood, it reaches us all. And so please stay tuned to this last and final community public announcement. And then we will go into our final closing remarks and a very special closing ceremony before we end today.
Environmental justice is the literal injustice of dirty corporations dumping toxic waste continually and intentionally in Black, brown, indigenous, low wealth, and tribal peoples' neighborhoods and lands. Welcome everyone to this portion of our Environmental Justice and Healthcare Summit. I'm Rob Whittington Jr. Our presentation is elevating poor air and poor water quality in Western North Carolina with a hyper focus on Burke and Caldwell County. We present to you, Know Your World, Know Your Environment. Our focus for today, with clean air, we will be talking about the SGL Carbon Plant and the Hexacom Plant, both located in Morganton, North Carolina. And transitioning into our next segment, we will be talking about clean water, which will include lead in Burke County schools and the boiling water advisory in Caldwell County. Clean air and clean water is a basic human right, yet fresh air and fresh water is constantly under the threat of contamination due to toxic pollution released from manufacturing corporations. Because of this threat, it is up to each of us to become more aware, concerned, and move to action to ensure that our basic right to clean water and clean air is not compromised. Air pollution is contamination of the indoor or outdoor environment by any chemical, physical, or biological agent that modifies and changes the natural characteristics of the atmosphere. Outdoor air pollution and cancer. Outdoor air pollution alone causes 2.1 to 4.2 million deaths annually, making it one of the top contributors to human death. It is estimated that hundreds of thousands of lung cancer deaths annually worldwide are attributable to PM air pollution. PM being particulate matter, describes extremely small particles and liquid droplets made up of nitrates, sulfates, chemicals, metals, soil, and dust particles. The extremely small size of PM easily invades the lungs and bloodstream. Toxic hotspots. Air pollution hotspots are areas where air pollution emissions are exposed to individuals. Negative health effects are created by industrial plants, facilities, cars, and trucks. Emissions from these sources can cause respiratory disease, asthma, and cancer. Fine particulate matter such as diesel soot, which contributes to more than 3.2 million premature deaths around the world each year. Diesel soot is small and lodged between the lungs and enter the bloodstream. 1 in 6 people in the U.S. live near a diesel pollution hotspot. North Carolina hotspots. Each of these are listed on the top 30 hotspot list for being primary contributors to air pollution. First, we have Unison Engine Components located in Asheville, North Carolina. Next, we have Venador Chemicals located in Harrisburg, North Carolina. Then we have Structural Steel, also known as Division 5, located in Hickory, North Carolina. And lastly, we have SGL Carbon, located in Morganton, North Carolina, which will be our focus for today. Here's a picture of the SGL Carbon plant located in Morganton, North Carolina. The most detailed map of cancer-causing industrial air pollution in the U.S. This map contains Hexacon and SGL Carbon. This SGL location has an estimated excess lifetime cancer risk from industrial sources of about 1 in 84, or 120 times the EPA's acceptable risk. Emissions from nearby facilities add an estimated 1 in 84 excess lifetime cancer risk here. According to a ProPublica analysis of 5 years of EPA modeling, our map is a screening tool that indicates areas of potential concern. SGL releases lead, benzopyrrolene, and polycyclic aromatic compounds to the tune of 37,484 pounds into the atmosphere annually. The health effects of these chemicals released by SGL is as follows. Lead exposure has been associated with an increased risk of lung, stomach, and urinary bladder cancer in diverse human populations. There is some evidence that benzopyrrolene causes skin, lung, and bladder cancer in humans and animals. If benzopyrrolene is on your skin when exposed to sunlight or ultraviolet light, the risk of skin cancer is more significant. And our last contaminant released by SGL, polycyclic aromatic compounds. Polycyclic aromatic hydrocarbons' cumulative exposure throughout a woman's life has been linked to postmenopausal breast cancer. Moving on to our next potential hotspot, Hexacon, which is also located in Burke County, North Carolina. This location has an estimated excess lifetime cancer risk from industrial sources of about 1 in 6,600, or 1.5 times the EPA's acceptable risk. What Hexacon produces and its impact. Hexacon releases thermoset resins, thermosetting resins, unsaturated polyresins, styrene substitutes, and thermosets into the atmosphere. These genotoxic damage DNA and are carcinogenic, meaning they have the potential to cause cancer. The Home Fact site provides current, up-to-date reports on air quality in your area and suggested tips for health and safety. The detailed map will assist you in tracking the air quality in your city. A link will be provided for this site. Transitioning into our next segment, what's in the water? In 2019, Charlotte Mecklenburg schools ran lead tests on drinking fountains and sinks at 58 schools. 27 had high lead levels, with some lead readings at 28 times higher than state action level. In Burke County, 12 out of 30 public schools have high lead levels. This Excel sheet shows the current medium and high lead levels of schools in Burke County. We need to get the lead out. Did you know, once ingested, lead gets into the bloodstream and travels through the body? During research, lead was found in significantly higher concentrations in the outer bone samples of osteoporosis patients. The effects of lead include reduced IQ, learning disabilities, behavior problems and hearing loss affecting the brain, anemia, which affects the blood, decreased bone and muscular growth, which affects the body, impairment and damage, which affects the kidneys, lower sperm count and damaged sperm, which affects the reproductive organs, and various damage to the nervous system. Early childhood education buildings and schools that have lead in their water infrastructures. Did you know an estimated 1.7 million homes in North Carolina still have lead paint? The North Carolina General Assembly appropriated $1.69 billion from the state's allocation of the American Rescue Plan Act, ARPA, for drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater investments in sections 1213 and 1214 of the current Operations Appropriations Act of 2021. The North Carolina Department of Environmental Quality, Divisions of Water Infrastructure, will administer approximately $1.6 billion as grants for drinking water, wastewater, and stormwater systems in North Carolina. ARPA funding is available for the remediation of lead in our schools and early childhood education buildings' water infrastructures. And transitioning into our last segment, the Boyle Advisory Tips. Signs and symptoms of drinking contaminated water include gastrointestinal problems, diarrhea, nausea, intestinal or stomach cramping, intestinal or stomach aches and pains, dehydration, and death. If your local health official issues a boil water advisory, you should use bottled water or boiled tap water. This is because a boil water advisory means your community's water has or could have germs that can make you sick. How to boil water during a boil water advisory. First, fill a pot with water. Heat the water until bubbles come from the bottom of the pot to the top. Once the water reaches a rolling boil, let it boil for 1 minute. Turn off the heat source and let the water cool, and then pour the water into a clean container with a cover for storage. Cleaning your appliances after a drinking water advisory. First, replace the refrigerator water filter. Throw out all the ice in the ice maker. Run the water dispenser for 3 to 5 minutes to flush the system. Let your ice maker run for an hour and then throw out the new ice. And lastly, wash and sanitize the bins. Dishwashers. After flushing hot water pipes and water heaters, run the dishwasher empty 1 time. Coffee makers, food dispensers, and beverage machines. Flush equipment like food dispensers and beverage machines with clean water and follow the instruction manual on how to disinfect or clean the machine. Washing dishes. During a boil advisory, you should use hot soapy water. You may add 1 tablespoon of bleach per gallon as a precaution and rinse dishes in boiled water. It is not safe to use contaminated water to brush your teeth. If you drink contaminated water, you could get very sick. Tainted water can cause diarrhea, chlorea, giardia, salmonella infection, and E. coli infection. If a boil water advisory is issued in your area, be extra careful that the water is clean before you drink it or use it. And this concludes our presentation. Know your world, know your environment. For those interested in deep dive community workshops for a deeper understanding on how to make sure your schools are being tested for lead and receiving ARPA funding, please visit our website at ncblackalliance.org/environmental justice. Or you can contact me, Robert Whittington Jr., directly at robert@ncblackalliance.org. Thank you.
People here in Alabama like to keep things to themselves and not speak about issues, problems.
Hey, baby. Hey. Rena Faye, I was giving them water.
A lot of people scared to speak up.
The way that they were raised, they don't question anything. Me, I question everything. It was a big deal for Don to come out and say, do not
drink our water.
The people in this community have ingested so many chemicals that we don't even know their names.
This was a thriving area, and they're still leaching into the Tennessee River.
It was a good thing that she recognized what was going on that helped so many people, because a lot of people have been dying and been in the hospital.
It really didn't have to be this way for the sake of $1. It really didn't.
God bless this woman. I'd follow her anywhere. I will always follow Brenda Hampton.
Hello, I'm Keith Sutton, Vice Chair of the Board for the North Carolina Black Alliance. It is indeed my pleasure to make a few closing remarks and express gratitude to all those who have made this event a reality. First and foremost, I'd like to express my appreciation to our keynote speaker, President Shauna Williams, to all of our esteemed panelists, sponsors, board, staff, Deputy Director of Programs, Lamisha Whittington, and everyone behind the scenes for their invaluable contributions in making this year's inaugural 2022 North Carolina Black Alliance Environmental Justice Summit a success. My deepest gratitude goes to all who attended this year's summit and helped to make it such an historic event. Today, we achieved some important milestones. We have celebrated the legacy makers of the Warren County Environmental Justice Movement, who, due to their immeasurable sacrifices, birthed the environmental justice movement for the nation and around the world. As we celebrate the 40th anniversary of this movement, we look forward to marching with these history makers in Warren County later this fall to officially commemorate this movement. Today, we have joined health and environmental experts, elected officials, and others to underscore the message that environmental injustices are directly connected to healthcare inequities. The two are not mutually exclusive. Today, we have celebrated and honored other community and statewide champions who are our partners in the fight for access to healthcare, in the fight for environmental justice, and in achieving representation through the power of our vote. Our goal is to elect candidates who can accomplish all of these tasks. As a superintendent of Warren County Schools, I understand the spiritual importance of today and the immeasurable investment we must make in education. Educating our communities on the historic harms brought by dangerous chemicals and other pollutants, and educating our children on the champions in our communities who have fought back to make historic strides that turn into global catalysts for human rights everywhere. The North Carolina Black Alliance is committed to continuing our investment in environmental justice, healthcare, education, crime and justice, economic justice, and voter education and outreach. I now turn it back to our team and to Lamisha Whittington, Deputy Director of Programs, for our final call to action and closing. We'll see you all next year.
So first, thank you to Robert Whittington, our North Carolina Black Alliance Environmental Justice Associate, for delivering his research in a community public announcement. We hope that you all were able to receive some very invaluable information. And again, this full summit recording will be posted to YouTube for you to go back, refresh, take notes, and use in your power building analysis as you community organize. Thank you. And if you saw a short clip of Angel of Alabama, we are key strategic partners with Elijah Getter Bowman of Ethereal Films, and very proud to be able to support and highlight his documentary highlighting other community experts that are actually not in North Carolina, Alabama, specifically for this documentary and highlighting the champion there. It's great to be in partnership with this body of work. So we hope you tune in to that film when it is made available. And last, you heard closing remarks from our Vice Chair, Keith Sutton. And so I want to say, as we are closing, this is the last stop, you all. I've been very encouraged, very deeply honored to be able to work in coalition with the team of the North Carolina Black Alliance and our numerous partners to provide this event. I'm very honored and proud of the sponsorships that we've been able to be supported by to make sure that this summit was a free virtual experience for everyone who registered. And I was also very honored to be the Mistress of Ceremonies today. I hope that you all enjoyed the riveting panels, the community public announcement, our exceptional keynote speaker, our awardees, again, hearing a message from our sponsors, and of course, the opening from our chair of the board, Senator Valerie Foushee. So again, we want to thank our panelists, special guests, presenters, and those who work behind the scenes to make this virtual event possible. All sessions have been recorded and will be available on our YouTube channel. You will receive an event survey by email after this event. Please fill it out, y'all. Helps us to know how to make this better, stronger, or consistent for next year, and we hope we see you in person next year, by the way. We hope that you take a moment to provide your feedback so that we can build upon this foundation. Follow us on social media and visit SafeVoter, SAFEVOTER, NC.org website for critical voter information, because every year is an election year. So remember, turn up and vote. Are you inspired? One way you can become civically engaged is to join our team of phone bankers, we need you, or community canvassers to get the word out to our community about the upcoming elections. Go to our website and sign up to be a volunteer. Additional information about our phone banking campaign will be sent later today for more information. These are action steps. You all asked how to stay involved. This is what's coming up. We need you. As President Williams said, voting matters because it can determine whether your home is dumped upon or remediated. Please stay with us as we offer the official close for this year's inaugural summit, titled Our Liberation is Tied to the Land. To damage the land is to oppress the people. Generations ago, our hands were forced to till this land. Our bodies in the land were sold as real estate, packaged together in the same fate. Over the years, our land has been used as a dumping site for polluted poison, our homes targeted, trashed, and exploited. Historically, our communities have experienced the highest rate of disease and contaminations due to corporations and politicians making deals to start the new plantations. Repeating the cycle of Black and brown bodies living on polluted earth, repeating the cycle of Black and brown hands toiling in the same poison dirt, repeating the cycle of damaging Mother Earth, devaluing her worth. Repeating the cycle, Mother Earth and her children are sick. But our liberation is tied to the land. Gasping in dirty air and oppressive conditions, the people continue to protest and we haven't yielded in submission. The land has done the same, over polluted and abused, but she fights back through historic heat, earthquakes, and hurricanes. Our spiritual rage and anointed hands, through steadfast prayer and fight, we have been the stewards of these lands. We continue to stand in our legacy, facing against the giants of this generation that lay claim to our land and our lives. It is in our authority to shift the currents of a rising tide. It is our indigenous heritage to live on the land in harmonious sanctification, to build economic and political power and collective edification. We are the seeds of a new beginning. We are the stewards of the earth, and we are winning, because when they buried our hopes, dreams, legacy, and lives, they didn't know we were seeds to blossom in harvest time. Our liberation is tied to the land.